Well, let's see if anybody's gonna come in. Very cold. Hey, Mel, what's up, man? Pork chop. It's cold down south this morning, boys. It's 26 degrees. Man, I am freezing my butt off. I just went outside to see just how cold it was, and good gracious. I got two bait tanks out there, and they barely trickling water this morning. They frozen over. Lord have mercy. Yeah, I tell you, one bad cold snap, we all holler, spring, spring. Yeah, y'all are colder than I am, but hell, I'm in Mississippi too. Man, my face is still swollen up right here. That dentist put a whooping on me Wednesday. Lord have mercy, that's so. I guess I was fixing to get in trouble with that too. I don't know. I hadn't looked into the snow part of it, Mel. I guess I better. Look, man, my wife last night, I was sitting up here on this computer and I was freezing to death. And as soon as my wife left for work this morning, I got up and turned that thermostat up. I got it warm back here now. I don't know what's wrong with that girl. She got the way she likes it freezing. And it's about to kill me. I don't see any snow. I don't see anything, Mel. I don't see anything. I don't know. Probably be north of me, like Kentucky and Missouri and that area again. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, y'all keep all that. Y'all keep all that bad stuff now. Don't send any of it to me. No, I don't see anything even up toward Memphis. Must be on further north. Hey, Palmetto Cats, you at work, boy? molding them young minds. Hey Dale. Yeah, it's I think it's gonna be north of me. And as Rush used to say, molding them minds full of mush. Oh Lord. And you know them kids are learning a lot. My wife, our school where she works, they tried it for one semester. Well, actually, one 9 weeks session. And the school board, of course, it's a private school now. School board met and they discussed it, and they said it wasn't going to be any more of that. They closed the school down before they tried to teach the kids online, because it's hard enough to get kids in school down here when hunting season starts, because it's all farm boys, farm girls, and they not gonna learn anything in the wintertime for sure online. So they've been open except for 9 weeks throughout the whole thing, and it's paid off too. I think they have a real the parents. It's a small school to start with, and the parents have really cooperated with if kids feeling a little bad or something, they good to keep them at home and get them checked. And so, yeah, surprisingly, hell, my wife, you probably heard me say this, but my wife is in her 53rd year in the classroom. She'll end up her 53rd year here in another couple of months. And surprisingly, their teachers have held on. And it hadn't been bad. I mean, they might have a few kids here and there. Hello, Lisa. Hello, Real and Virtual. How y'all doing? Yeah, look here. Yesterday, I lost internet connection, and I don't know what happened. Hey, Palmetto, I was in the classroom for about 20 years. That's what I was doing when I quit working, teaching and coaching. I loved it, man. I should have done it my whole life, but I just love farming more. Well, your priorities change when you go along there, and I really enjoyed my 20 years in the school system and coaching and teaching. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I know it, Lisa. It wasn't any way for me to let y'all know that I lost internet connection. I saw all the Facebook and emails that I got. I want to know what happened, but I didn't have. I mean, I saw them after the fact. It wasn't any way for me to respond. And oh yeah, I tell you what, something else, Palmetto. Kids have changed. Seems like about every 4 or 5 years, you wake up one morning and you realize that the kids you're teaching are a lot different than the ones you were teaching 5 or 6 years before, and 10 years and 15 years. And it gets harder and harder for a teacher to sit in a classroom. I'm telling you, I don't know how women teachers do it. Now, I beat the hell out of them. I'll be honest with you. That's how I handled it. And I had several daddies threaten me. And I told them, come on, buddy. I'm up here getting paid very little money to babysit your child and try to teach him. And if he don't want to learn and he's going to disrupt my class, he's going to get his little butt tore up. That's what's going to happen. You can carry him somewhere else if you want to. Oh man! But I ended up being friends with all those people because I straightened a lot of those kids out, or helped straighten them out, not by myself, but with the whole faculty. Yeah, it has. But I'm kind of from the real old school, I guess, and things like wearing a cap inside. I don't tolerate it. It's hard to make a kid take a cap off inside when his daddy sits in a restaurant and eats with a cap on. I wasn't raised that way. You didn't walk in my house when I was a little boy, even when I was 6 years old. You took that cap off when you came in the house, and I just one of those pet peeves. I reckon you call it. It's called respect for your mama. Is what it's called. That's what I always called it, and I didn't tolerate it. And I had lots and lots and lots. No telling how many caps I took off a kid's head and locked up and kept till the last day of school. But I never had to. I never had to go to toe with one of the parents, but I had some very heated. What do you call them? Parent teacher meetings. That's right. That's right. The Lord's Prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance was always said over the loudspeaker at my school. Well, you hope you're making a difference, Palmetto. That's the thing. You hope you're making a difference. Hey, Art. No, I do not. I don't know it, Art. I don't know. I know it. My granddaddy always told me to take my hat off around, when I came in the house. So I really don't know where it came from. Tell me. Tell us. I'd like to know. I might know it and just don't realize I remember it. Oh, you're curious. Okay. Yeah, because Mama said so. I think it's just a symbol. As far as I know, it's just a symbolism of respect for her. I tell you what, I had an old coach. I was coaching in the all-state baseball game. It was North Mississippi plays South Mississippi, and I was on the North team coaching, and I was a helping coach. I wasn't a head coach. And it's okay, Lisa. And the coach that I was there with, I had known him my whole life. In fact, at one time, he was the winningest football coach in Mississippi. This was baseball, though. And we were checking the boys in. We were staying at a college down in Jackson. And that's where the game was going to be played. And we were staying and we were at the dorm where the boys were to check in from all over the north half of the state. And Coach Bradshaw and I were standing there, and another younger coach. I was just a little bit younger than Bradshaw, not much, maybe 7, 8 years. But anyway, these boys came in and they came in, and as they came in, Coach Bradshaw asked them to take the caps off. Well, they all taking the caps off, and they were signing up at the register there at the dormitory, and this one kid put his cap back on. And Coach Bradshaw, now Bradshaw's an ex-Marine, and he's tough cookie. And he reached over and he grabbed that boy by the shoulder, and he asked him, he said, I don't know who you are, where you from, but if you want to stay in this dorm and participate in this game, you're going to take that cap off and keep it off. And of course, this kid, yes, sir, I just forgot. He said, let me tell you what, son, you never wear your cap where your mama can see you inside. If you're inside and your mama can see you, you take that cap off. Now, that's what he said. So now, that's all I can tell you about it. All right. That's what he said. I thought he was going to send that kid home. But he was tough. He was a whole lot tougher than I was. And I was tough, man. But that's what you had to be to control them. I mean, golly, boys run wild. What have I got going on here? My son sent me a text this morning that says, Happy Squirrel Appreciation Day. Now, what is that all about? But after that conversation, because it was in front of just about all those boys. But after that conversation, there wasn't any more caps inside, and at breakfast and at lunch and at supper. There wasn't no caps around. Hey, Fins. Hey, Redneck. Yeah, buddy. All right, there we go. If anybody wants to come up and visit a while. Man, my eyes are bloodshot. I think my mouth must have bled a little bit last night, too. I can't brush my teeth yet. I brush them in the morning. I don't want no dry socket. No, indeed. Well, I admire you, Kevin, for doing what you do. School system need good people in them. They need all kinds of people. They need all types of folks running these schools and watching these kids and trying to make them something. And you need people working in these schools that are not doing it for the money. That's the thing. Hey, Don, you need people running these schools that are not doing it for the money. You need people that are doing it for the love of trying to mold a mind full of mush. That's one thing that I like, and people are going to think I'm crazy when I say this. That's one thing I like about the Mississippi school system, because everybody knows our school teachers are the lowest paid in the nation. So what you get when you get a school teacher in Mississippi that's been there, they're not doing it for the money. Now listen to what I'm saying. They're not doing it for the money. They're doing it for the love of that child. If that makes sense to y'all, it's always made sense to me. Because money sure doesn't drive you to teaching school in Mississippi. Well, they've gotten the pay scale way on up now, and it don't take much money to live down here. Not like it does in other places. Now, with the politics going the way the politics is going, it costs like hell to live anywhere now. But it's it's uh it's it's still cheaper than it is to live in, say, Ohio. Like I said, my wife is fixing to finish up her 53rd year. I would have still been teaching if it hadn't been for that cancer. Well, I didn't have any. I wasn't even thinking about quitting working. But when I got that cancer, it scared me so bad, down deep in my brain or heart, I guess. It scared me so bad that I didn't know how much longer I was going to be around, and I wanted to have time to do what I wanted to do. I still have those moments where I say, I ought to be getting up going to work. But I get rid of that thought pretty quick, especially when I have to walk by that comfortable couch and I see that blanket and them pillows over there. I say, how you doing, Real? You ain't talking this morning? He ain't talking. What's wrong? Am I doing something wrong here? Is he muted?
Did you already put me on?
Yeah, you up.
I didn't even know.
I'm better than I was yesterday about this. I got you right on up here.
Well, I got my hat on. I thought maybe you was going to throw me out.
Well, that's your house. You do it however you think is necessary.
You doing all right today?
Yeah, cold. That's all. Man, it's cold down here. 26.
Cold here this morning. Lady got up this morning. She said it's 20 degrees outside.
Well, man. Hey, Dallas. Hey, Lance. Yeah, I left water running last night. I got a
We did
faucet
too.
on the I got a faucet on the east side of my house that I don't know what happens. I did get a can of spray insulation last summer, and I got in there and sprayed all around that faucet and all in the wall. And this is the first really, really bad cold snap we've had on it. But it froze up last year. I burned up a hair dryer trying to had it laying in there. I cut a hole in the wall and laid that hair dryer in there and let it blow in that wall until I finally got the water moving. Thank goodness did nothing bust. But I insulated it up good. I put about 3/4 of a can of that spray insulation in there around that pipe, and all of it's copper in there, And then we just got the hole, put the uh, sheetrock back in the hole and kind of glued it in there a little bit. It's behind the commode, so it needs fixing, but it ain't gonna get fixed till I see we make another one. I can't, man, busted pipes. Lord have mercy. Yeah. I was telling somebody that when I was a kid, young, up to about 15 years old, 14 years old, all the houses out in the country were built up off the ground. They had an airspace up on it. I think was it in here we was talking about the mice
Yes, sir.
and the
Yesterday.
cats? And man, we'd have to leave water running if we had running water. But when I was up till I was about 6 years old, we didn't have running water. We had pump. Had to go outside and pump it in a bucket, bring it in the house. And them little old leery old pumps out there that pump the water, Lirios they call them, and you couldn't hardly get enough water to keep your water running all night. And man, them pipes would freeze up and bust. And Lord, you didn't know it till it started thawing, you know.
No undependent.
Yeah. They'd have to go up under there and crawl around and patch them old pipes. Of course, then they started building the houses out in the country. I wonder what it was. I believe it's because they couldn't get concrete trucks out there because it was all gravel roads in those days, dirt roads. They had gravel on them, you know.
What was it, near the water?
I believe it's because they couldn't get the gravel trucks out there. They were too heavy to go on those old roads.
Hello, Ernie. Was it near the water?
Do I?
Were they near the water?
Near the water?
Yeah.
What, the houses?
Yeah, there's on stilts.
Oh, they wasn't on stilts. They was on. They were up off the ground about a foot and a half.
Oh, okay.
You've seen the pyramid concrete blocks. I guess they're 4-sided, and they're tall ones and small ones. It just depends on how. Hey, Ernie Brown. No, it wasn't on stilts. They were up on concrete blocks, house blocks we call them. You still see them laying around at farm shops and things. But yeah, man, that was wintertime was something to behold down here. And the little hardware stores, we had 2 in our little town. I bet each one of those stores had 2 miles of pump pipe. What is 1/2-inch pipe? I bet they both had 2 miles in stock. And had the pipe cutters, they could cut you a length and thread it just right and all that for you. Man. Them pipes, that was a big deal down here in those days. The things you don't even think about anymore. And running water. Is the water dripping? Cookie? My mother's name was Cookie. I can hear my stepdaddy now saying, Cookie, is the water dripping in the kitchen?
Yeah. Yeah, we dripped ours last night even.
Yeah, we did too. I don't know if it needed to, but it did. Hey, Laughing Cat. That's Thomas, right? Yeah, that's Thomas. That's Serena's better half. Other half. Hey, does anybody in our community rebuild reels or servicing?
Not that I know of.
You know, when I always talk about that BOC, but we had 3 guys in the BOC that you sent them the reels and they rebuilt them for you, you know, and you know it was a fee involved, but I hadn't seen anybody in this community that says that they rebuild reels, you know, rework them for you.
I haven't either.
I just was wondering. That's kind of strange, because you know you got people selling. You got Brad selling weights and Uncle Lou and different down east tackle, and you got them selling tackle. But you know, there's a big business. Servicing reels is a big business.
That'd be interesting to find out if there's anybody that done it.
You
got rod makers, but I don't know about real rebuilders.
Yeah. There's a bunch of folks making reels. Making rods. Or what? Who was it? Your boy Troy? Troy makes rods. And you know, he makes them himself. But all that, you know, if you got good steady hands and pretty good eyes and a good place to work, good clean place to work, it ain't nothing to rebuilding one of them reels. I used to rebuild them 309s all the time. In fact, I've still got a bunch of new parts laying over here in the closet, but I just can't. I'm shake too bad now, and I can't. I don't. My patience run thin with them little bitty parts, and I'll lose half of them.
You know, uh, I hand tie my own crappie jigs.
Yeah,
And I started doing that when I was young. I, uh, I, was doing it 30 years. I can still do it real good, but it's hard for me to learn to do something new now. Like rebuild a reel, that'd be a challenge.
yeah, oh yeah. Hey, Uncle Lou. All right. So Brad, is that Brad Cottle? I guess it is. Yeah, that's what brought that to my attention, Thomas. I saw a video of you working on one, and okay, I'll ask him because all of my 309s are American made. They're the red side. They're the ones made in Pennsylvania. They got a lot of iron in them inside of metal. I don't, and I'm assuming you can still buy the metal gears and all that, and you don't have to use that stuff they put in them now. I sat at my kitchen table one night, and I put new drag washers, the updated drag washers, in 4 of them. 3 of mine and 1 of a friend of mine.
95% of the reels that I use, you'd be better off just to throw them away and go get a new one.
Yeah.
When I fish for crappie, I'm just using a little old 202.
Right.
These people go out and they buy these $150 reels, and they're nice and all, but I'm like, do you really need that in to roll a 10-inch fish in?
Yeah, that's right.
You're fishing in 15 foot of water straight down, and you're rolling in a 10-inch fish.
Yeah.
I never can see spending $150 on a reel, but each to their own, I guess.
Yeah. Hey, bud. Yeah, I've replaced worm gear. I just try to remember what all I have done to one of them. They're real simple once you get inside of them, and the ones I got, and they big, fairly big parts. It'd be easy to work on if you good and steady and got good light and good eyes and all that. Yeah, but I tell you something that now I heard this and I don't know if it's true, but I do it. I don't know. But the last thing I do when I bring my poles out, the last thing I do before I put them in the back of the truck when I quit fishing, is I unscrew all the drags on them. I make sure that I leave all the drags, and all mine got star drags on them. I whip them until they're real loose, and then tighten them down just where the line won't come out. I leave all my drags real loose after I get quit fishing. And I was told that it's a compression washer in there. I don't know. It's a funny shape. I forget there's a proper name for it. I just don't know it. That you take the tension off of it by doing that, and it's what presses those washers, those fiber washers together to set your drag.
Well, I had a couple of rods that nephews was using, and they tightened them up real tight and put a bend in the rod tip like it had a memory to it.
Oh, hey.
Yeah. I thought, Them old rods, they used to do that. You roll them up, bend the tip up down, and it would put a memory to them. It stay that way.
Huh.
Probably cheap rods.
Well, I tell you what now. I got 2 ugly stick tigers. Hey, Bullet,
Kelly,
Kelly, I got 2 ugly stick tigers that I've fished with for years. When I found them, when they came out, I don't know, it's been a lot of years. A lot of years, the old gold ones, the gold rod with the red and black wrapping on it. Well, anyway, I decided I could feel the bottom of that river so much better with the braided line. So I put 40-pound Power Pro on both of them.
mm,
And like I said, now I was boat fishing the Mississippi River. And I had one of those old Dale rods that I got. And it had porcelain eyes in it. And I had 3 rods that I would carry. I didn't use them all the time, but I had 3 of them. That rod. Okay, thank you, Uncle Lou. And I hope you put an invoice in there with it. And that's on your end. Because I can't do nothing with you when I try to do business with you. But anyway, I was sitting there fishing one day and I had used them for, at that point in time, about 12 months, about a year. And I was sitting there fishing. I had my line tight. I didn't have but one rod out. You got to listen to this close now. I had 10 ounces of weight on, and I was in some decent current. I was sitting there, had my rod in the rod holder, and I was sitting there just with my arms folded, just like I'm sitting here now in my chair. There you go. And all of a sudden, listen to this, real. All of a sudden, the right line broke.
mm.
I looked up and the rod straightened up. I said, "What in the heck?" And that braid over a period of a year, fishing in that current, had cut through that eye on that ugly stick and made it sharp. That it cut my line sitting in the rod holder. So I said, "Man, I can't." So I got my other rod, and sure enough, it had a groove in it.
Groove, yeah, got a groove in it.
Then I checked that. I had that Dale rod broken down into 2 pieces and had it put together with Velcro in the storage box. I got it out, and the porcelain had come out of that end line,
Mm-hmm.
and it was grooved. I said, "I'll be there." So
Well,
I'd hate that braid.
a lot of these people here that I fish with, they started using the braid, and they had issues the same way. They had plastic eyes on them poles, and it would cut plastic eyes. Now they using braid line with a cheap pole, but a
Yeah.
lot of them broke a lot of poles too. They set a hook on a fish, and then we talking about low budget poles, and they set a hook on a fish or hit a limb and set that hook and snap a pole in half.
Mm.
And that's what it was, is cheap poles, and braid
Yeah.
line.
Well, I ordered Fuji. I got a whole bunch of Fuji rod tips over here that I forget what they're made out of, but I put them on those ugly sticks, and it held up. But I didn't use that braid for about 6 more months. I lost more. It's funny how that worked, but that 18 months that I used that braid, I lost some good fish out there with that stuff. I mean, I had one that I looked back in my book the other day when I was sitting here talking. In fact, it was last night when they had that big panel on Jody. And I made on one anchor, I caught a 40, a 45, a 17, a 22. And then I hooked the fish. Now I landed all those 4 fish. And I hooked the fish. And I landed them all on braid now. I had them all on braid. And then I hooked the fish that got about half of my braid. He took off out across yonder, and I never turned him. But he didn't go in the river. I was fishing the tail end of a big old circle head here, about, I bet that it is 10, 12, 15 acres. And I was fishing where the water cut back to the bank. I was out on the edge of the current river channel. And he went in instead of out towards the river. And if he had gone out toward the river, I probably would have caught that fish, because I would have thrown my anchor rope. I had a big float on the end of my anchor rope, and I'd have floated out there with it. But when he went back in towards the bank, which the bank was a quarter of a mile, I said, well, he's just going to make a big old circle, and I got time to do whatever I want to do. And so I was standing up in the boat. I had gotten down off of the back deck and was standing in the boat. And of course, that braid, it stays on top of the water. And I was standing up holding my pole kind of up in the air, had it kind of in my arm and keeping the line tight. And the fish made a big old circle out there, and he had to have been 300 yards, at least 300 yards. Because I couldn't even see where my line went in the water anymore. And he got out there and got he had come from here and was all the way back around to about the 3 o'clock motion, 3 o'clock position, and that dang line popped. And I didn't have that much tension on it. Now, I don't know what that was. I mean, it was a big fish, whatever it was, but he swam. I hope that hook rusted out his mouth.
I never had that problem, because those spin cast reels that I can use, and that's what I can use, you can't put braid on them. It'll eat them pickup pins up.
Yeah.
Over that spin cast.
But yeah, I went home that day, and that was about the third big fish I had lost. I love that braid for being able to feel the bottom, tell what kind of bottom it was. Man, it's real sensitive, And I like the idea you didn't have to rear back on the hook. You just kind of, because it didn't stretch,
Mm-hmm.
But man, that stuff nick, and I'd feel that line. How many? What are you supposed to do? Check 400 yards of line every time you go fishing to see if it's got a nick in it? I said, the hell with this, and I took it all, threw it in the garbage, and went and bought me some 40-pound mono, that string or whatever it is.
You're either a braid guy or you're not. It either works or you don't.
Well, I just I had bad luck with it, terrible luck. I mean, that fish that day, that may have been my 100-pounder. I don't know, because he was a good one. And them old big fish, they just swim. They don't fight.
Mm-hmm.
They just swim. And it's act like they trying to slip off or something. I don't know what they call themselves doing. But anyway, I lost it. Dang, man, I got rid of that braid. I ain't used it since. I used it to reinforce the eyes on them old poles. Some of them old poles I got, I'll tie me a cowboy knot and cinch it up, and then wrap it real tight and put covered with super glue. And then sometimes I'll even put a piece of heat shrink over it, but I don't use that braid no more. I don't want it. I don't want a leader made. I don't want nothing made out of it. Well, Uncle Lou, you're a fine fella. I don't care what Brian B. says about you in private. Yeah. Fine fella. There we go. If anybody else wants. Hey, y'all know what Rustic did to me yesterday? I don't pay for this StreamYard. I get 20 hours a month. After I went off, it looked like he went 2 more hours on my time.
I think he's trying to keep it alive for you. Nobody knew where you went because after I eat, I come back and I said, "Well, Steve's still on." And I thought, golly, they've been on a long time. And I looked up there and it's Rustic, and I'm like, well, maybe he's got him on a full screen for something. I kept watching, and I looked down the chat, and everybody's going, Steve, where'd you go? And I'm like, I think Steve pulled a Mike's fishing home and left the party.
I lost it. I lost internet, and I didn't have any way to get in touch with anybody. I didn't even know. Somebody told me last night, said Rusty carried on for you yesterday, and I went back and looked at my analytics, and I think he went about 2 more hours.
I think he left a comment on yesterday's stream. He tried to keep it alive for you.
I didn't get my internet back to about 4 o'clock.
What, did it go out?
Yeah, I was just sitting here, and, like I think you had gone, and Rusty, all of a sudden them wheels started spinning up there, and boom, and then the sign came up and said you lost connection. Well, I fooled around here, and I couldn't get anywhere, and I rebooted my modem over here, and it still wouldn't work. But I didn't unplug. But when you unplug your modem, you got to unplug the Wi-Fi, the thing too. You got to unplug all 3 wires. I didn't know that. I just unplugged the power and the coax. And when we got a hold of the people on the telephone, you had to unplug all 3 of them off the back of your modem. I knew to do that, but I didn't know you had to unplug the Wi-Fi deal there too.
Thank you for coming, Don R.
Okay, Don R. See you later, man. But good luck to you. If the DOC is a doc, I hope everything goes good. Yeah, I know it, Lisa, but I'm gonna charge him for them 2 hours. I'm gonna get with Kelly and give me an invoice and send it to him. Yeah, Uncle Lou, I can see where that braid would be real good for that bumping because it's sensitive, man. You can feel the bottom real good.
Oh, yeah.
And I liked it for that, man. I loved it. And you don't have to use as much weight. And you're always good when you can get by with less weight because it doesn't have it's not as big around, and it just doesn't, it cuts that water butter. But man, it just them nicks that get in it, and I tell you, it just drove me nuts. And I'm hard headed, but I sacrificed 3 big fish with it.
Yeah, that kind of wears on you when you lose a big one.
Yeah, and especially in one 18-month period, you lose 3 big ones. But I had I can't remember. I think it's 445 yards, 465. I forget what one of them rolls was. But that's what I put on one 309. And I put a whole container on it. And heck, it didn't take up no room on the reel. It looked like you didn't have no line on it. 309, big as they are.
I'm gonna block the camera for just a minute, Steve. If it kicks me out, I'll be back. I've never done this before.
You just hit that stop cam down at the bottom. It says stop cam. There you go.
I got it. All right, I'll be right back.
No, I wasn't taking no holes. It wasn't an idea. Thank goodness, because I'm bad about mashing buttons and killing stuff. No, the internet dropped. I don't know. And I got a brand new modem. It's not 6 months old. I went through all that back last fall with some foreigner. I can't even. I call them, and I get a hold of somebody that I can't understand what they say, and I get upset, get mad, and go to saying stuff I'll not say. So Kay won't let me tend to none of that stuff. She's scared we're gonna get banned from the whole computer world, and it's not their fault, and it's not my fault. It's just the way it is. You know, you dial that number, and you don't know what part of the world you're gonna be talking to. I got, I got a funny story about that. Here last year, I wished I could remember that girl's name, but I was having computer trouble, and they had sent me a modem just out of the blue. Well, I didn't know what to do with it, so I called this number and finally got to talk to somebody with all in mash 3 and hit 2, and you finally got, and it was I don't know who that guy was, but I don't know what world he was in, what part of the world he was in. But I told him, I said, man, I can't understand what you're saying. We're not going to get anywhere here. And I said, you got anybody that I might be able to understand? So the phone went dead. I went on hold. I couldn't understand what he said. He was. Anyway, after a while, this girl answers, picks up, and I told her who I was, and I could understand her. And I could understand her plain as day. And I said, where are you located? And she was in the one of the islands down in Jamaica or the British Virgin Islands. She was somewhere down there in one of the resort areas. I said, oh, okay. I said, I couldn't understand that last fella. I said, I was never going to get anything tended to with him. And she kind of giggled a little bit, and we went on and we were talking, and she was real knowledgeable and an excellent customer relation person. And I was telling her about the company sent me this new modem, and she told me that I could use it. She could help me hook it up, but it wasn't going to help me any. Because that modem's not compatible with your system, or whatever that meant. And the company's got to come out with something better before I recommend updating to this new modem. And she was the kind of person you want to talk to, when you're dealing with somebody. And I finally just had to clear blue. I said, well, can I ask you a personal question? She says, well, if it's not too personal. I said, how do you look in a chartreuse bikini? And I tell you what, you'd have thought I had told that girl I was going to send her $1,000 bill. She started laughing, and I started laughing because I couldn't believe I said it. But I had. It was too late. I had already, hey, big man, I said it was too late. I couldn't take it back. And she says, well, I'll tell you, Mr. Adams, if it wasn't for all these hours I have to work, I said, I'd send you a picture and just let you decide. I said, well, we better stop this conversation. I thank you for your time. But I made her day. I guarantee you, if she had a husband or a boyfriend, I guarantee you she went home and told him. I don't know why I said that. I guess because I was sitting up here thinking it, And I don't know if I wrote that girl's name down or not to see if I could ever have to call her back. No, I didn't write her name down. I bet I wrote it down on one of these pieces of paper. Because when I'm dealing with those people, I always write their name down so I can try to get back to them if it's one of them that's helpful.
There's Lance in there. Hello, Lance.
Yeah. Okay, Dennis. Good luck to you, man. I hope you get plenty of aces. How far back is Lance? I wonder if he's still in here. I wanted
He,
to ask.
he he's not that far back. Probably about 2 minutes.
Hmm.
Lance, are you still there?
He never did respond the other night when I told him about what happened to me with that slide rig. I I've got to get more. I love that rig, but I got to figure out more about how to use it from the bank. And if I was in the boat, that would be the ticket. But I'm having trouble with it from the bank on the
Rod's,
field.
Rod's may not be long enough.
No, what it is from the bank, you just got so many places you can go.
Oh, yeah.
And if the current is not right, you can cast that weight out there
Oh,
a long ways, and then you put that bait on the slide, and if the current's not right, it won't let that bait go on down.
yeah. I forget that you have current to deal with in a river because I don't fish rivers.
Yeah.
That is a problem. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And the other day, I was over there and I threw that thing out there. Man, I hummed it. And I
Mm.
put my bait on that slide rig. No, I threw it with the. That's right. This is how it happened. I didn't use it as a slide rig. I just threw it, cast it with the slide already down there, the bait already down there by the weight. I cast the whole thing out there, baiting out. And I put my rod down and I sat there a few minutes and I happened to look at that pole and that current had pulled that bait back to the top of the water.
Mm.
It pulled it from about 60 yards. It just pulled that bait all the way back up that line, back up to the top of the water. And I could see the ring on hanging off my main line because I was fishing from the wrong direction. And that's what I'm trying to say. You got to throw it with the current. You got to throw it down current for it to work perfect. And I threw across it, and it's just enough back current there that it brought the bait back up off the bottom all the way to the top. Of course, you kind of fishing the whole water column, I guess, while that's going on.
Yeah.
Might just need to reel it up and throw it back out there. Let it do it again from some other direction, some other spot. I don't know. I like that rig though.
Now, when you hook that to the line,
Yeah.
does it slide all the way down to the bait
It slides all the way down to the stop down there.
to the stop?
See, on the end of your main line, you got a big old ring that goes on the end of your line.
Okay.
And it's a swivel and then that ring. And it's all, and you on that big ring, you tie your dropper line to your weight.
Okay.
Foot, 2 feet, however long you want to make that dropper line, down to your lead. All right, so that's what you got. You got the ring reeled up to the end of your pole. And there's your weight hanging down there off of that ring, and you cast all that out there.
Uh-huh.
And you can hum it. No weight, no hook, no bait, no hook, no nothing.
Uh-huh.
You cast that lead out there, and it gets to the bottom, and then you set your pole in your rod holder, and you tighten it and get it as tight as you can get it. The pole will be bent, tight as you can get it, and the weight is holding. Then the hook and you got a little, got a little line on it, and it's tied to that slide ring, and it's a pigtail. It's corkscrew. And it corkscrews onto that line. You twist it 3 times, and now you got a big ring on your main line with the leader line coming off to your hook and your bait, and you just put it up there and corkscrew it on main line, turn it loose, and it slides and goes down that line, goes down all the way to your weight. I mean, to that big ring. It's on the end of your main line down underwater down there.
So theoretically, you could put multiple baits on one line.
Yep, yeah. Theoretically, you could, but they'd be all jammed up down there in one spot. But you could still do it. The whole idea is now, I have done this, Rhea. If you get a bunch of little old taps on your bait, and say, well, he bound to be got my bait. Well, I just take another one of the corkscrews with the hook on it, you know, and put another piece of bait and send it down there too. You know, would not have to recast, just send another bait down there.
Well, so here's my thinking on that. If that current is really going and you don't have you have a weight on the bait line, or is it just the main line?
Well, now you can put a bait on that weight on that bait line to help pull it on down there. But if
it's not, it's just a dropper line and a hook and a bait, is what you're saying. And a ring. And a deal you put it on there with. So if the current's ripping, ain't no telling what them baits is doing down there. They'll ought to be all bouncing around down there.
Well, they're gonna be bouncing. Ain't no doubt they're bouncing.
So, I mean, you picture that in your mind. That's a lot of bait bouncing around there on the bottom. That might be pretty good.
Yeah. Well, they're off the bottom.
Yeah.
You know, people think. Listen to this now. A lot of people think that they got 2 foot leader line down to their bait. I mean, down to their weight. Now, if you're fishing out of a boat, your bait probably is 2 feet off the bottom because you're fishing more straight down. But if you fishing from the bank, when you throw out, that line is running out there at an angle. And that angle, you know, from the weight back to the end of that pole, and you got a bait on that angle is not 3 feet off the bottom or 2 feet off the bottom. It's hanging whatever that angle is, however the depth of your water and however that angle is out there to that weight. That's the reason I use a little short from the pigtail to the hook. I use as short a line as I can get and still tie 2 Palomar knots. Because that angle, see the weight, it's gonna be up off the bottom, but it's not gonna be 2 or 3 feet up off the bottom. Because you're coming back at that angle from the end of your pole to your weight. And the current down there, that bait is moving and bouncing, it's doing all of that. And that's the reason I'm kind of not sold on those circle hooks, because I see them laying that circle hook on their arm and pulling, and it rolls and hooks. I just don't know if it's possible for that to work perfect in all that old bad current down there. I don't know. I still use them. I still got them circle hooks on there, but you know, I'm a Kahle hook guy. I like Kahle hooks, and I may end up using all Kahle hooks. I just don't know about that circle hook. And that the Big Mike catches fish with circle hooks, and he's fishing in that current. But you know, also I think that current that I fish, the Mississippi River, is boiling current. The straight line current is up on top of the water. Down under that river, when you see those big old clear balls that come up out of the water like somebody set off a stick of dynamite, a big old ball will come up. Big old ball will come up. It's not straight line up under there. It's turbulent. Right. It's this kind of current. It's turbulent current.
Going every which way.
Yeah. And some of it will hold you to the bottom, and some of it will spit you back out. Just depends on what's down there and how the water's reacting. you know, it's some place you can throw a well, like garbage, like where the big old suck hole is behind the rock dike or something that sucks all the logs out of the river and got it out there and they going around and around the big old 20-acre circle. And it may be a ice chest out there. Well, eventually when that stuff gets to a certain point in some of those big bad eddies, bad ones, it goes down. They disappear. It sucks them down, just like going down that whirlpool in a bathtub. You know, when you're draining the water out of a bathtub, that stuff will go down. I've seen trees 40 feet high stand straight up and just go down, leaves and all, root wad, the whole thing. And back down the river a quarter to a half mile, all of a sudden you hear a noise and look down there and it pop back up out of the river. It just sucks it down. Well, now that current's going that way. It's going down, but somewhere down there, the current's going back up.
See, that's what I'm talking about. You know, it's fun to listen to you talk about it because if I had to fish in a river tomorrow, I'd be lost. What to do? Because I mean, I'm 50 years old. I've been fishing since I could reel a rod,
Yeah,
and I don't know first thing about fishing a river. We just never did. You know, we just never river fished,
that's right.
but you know, only current that I've ever dealt with is when they got the gates open down there, letting the water out. And well, I tell you what, when they got that current going, that water's going out of this lake, and fish ain't gonna bite. They
Yeah.
never bite. That current's going. But I would know first thing about it.
I don't know how to fish in the lake. I've never catfished in the lake. You know, other than a pond. You know, trying to steal some fish.
Well, lucky for me, I got three. Family's got 3 ponds. I could go fish in them, but
Yeah.
uh,
Is the chat frozen up or I guess not? Just ain't nobody talking.
so they used to tell me not too long ago, is that Nick that plays at that smoking tuna? What's his
Yeah,
last?
Nick Brownell, Brownell.
Okay, he's on there for tonight.
Let's see, this is Friday night.
Yeah, he's on there for tonight. Because I looked at the schedule.
Are you sure it's tonight or say 5 o'clock?
It's 5 o'clock this evening, brother.
Okay, well he'll be on there then.
Yeah. Okay.
Does it say the whole band or just Nick Brownell?
I didn't.
Oh, you don't remember? Sometimes, well, usually at the Smoking Tuna, he has his whole band. Now, when he plays on Sunday nights at Willie T's, he just has him, you know. But now, look, I'm gonna tell you about it. He is a wonderful musician. He is great. He's excellent. But he gonna play a few. He gonna say some stuff that.
Oh, I don't bother me now.
Yeah. Sometimes he gets his language, and
Yeah.
if he cleaned his language up and didn't play a couple of those songs he plays, it's one song he plays. I mute him. I don't even listen. I can't even stand to listen to him sing it. I won't even mention what it's about. But a bunch of them musicians down there in Key West play it. Not a bunch of them. There's a couple of them play it. I don't like the song. I hate it. But Brownell is an excellent musician. He's a professional in all sense of the words, except for some of his language.
Mm-hmm.
And he can play a guitar, and he got a beautiful Johnny Cash voice.
Well, there was a guy, and I can't remember what night it was. Might have been Tuesday. No, it's either Sunday or Tuesday. I think it's Sunday. Playing at Willie T's. There was 2 of them up there.
Oh yeah, I know you.
One guy had pink boots on.
I saw that.
Now I turned that on and started watching it, and I think me and her watched that for. She likes the music, I think we watched that 4 or 5 hours. They never did turn it off there. And she really liked it. So I'm gonna turn on Nick this afternoon and let her listen to that.
Well, listen now. Since I got your attention, uh, have you been to Hog Breath Saloon?
No, I haven't, but I seen it on there when I was looking up smoking tuna.
Okay, on
Yeah.
World Cam.
Yes, sir.
Tonight at 8. Are you Central or Eastern? What time are you?
Central.
Okay, at 8 o'clock our time. Go to the Hog Breath Saloon.
Okay.
Now they got a band there. They'll be there through Sunday. They from Atlanta, and they got a little old pipsqueak guy. And I think he's done messed up a leg or something. He don't walk real good. Little short, round guy. But now that fella they played. Now last night was awful. I didn't watch all. I didn't listen to it all last night. But they played by request basically, and you throw in $20 and they can play most ever song. Very seldom you hear them have to turn somebody down. Now it's some songs they won't play. They know them, but they won't play them.
Yeah.
It costs you $100. Tennessee whiskey is one of them. If you want to hear Tennessee whiskey, you're gonna pay $100.
Yeah. Somebody paid $100 to hear a song at Willie T's on Sunday.
Oh yeah, sometimes
Yeah.
they do. And but this is probably the most versatile band that I've heard down there, because they'll be playing Stevie Ray Vaughan one minute and Tom Petty next. I mean, they those guys, they can go. They're really, really good. But they'll be there again tonight. They'll be there tonight, tomorrow night, and I guess Sunday night.
At 8 o'clock at the Hog
Yeah, they've been there all week. Monday night was their first night, and they're from Atlanta. They're really, really good. And I don't even know the name of the band. I can't understand what they say when they call the name of the band. But a little blonde-headed fella, you know him. Little short, round, blonde-headed fella. Got a little age on him.
Hello, Philip.
They're a good band if they play the right. If I tell you, see, with that kind of a band, it depends on the crowd. If you got some older people in the crowd, well, they're gonna play the kind of songs I like. And if you got a bunch of them 21-year-olds, they're gonna play songs I don't care if I ever hear them again.
They got to get that tip jar going. Is what it is.
Well, they play basically by request. They, if nobody comes up there and with any money, and they hit those nights down there where the crowd just don't have no money, they ain't tipping.
Yeah.
They into drinking, they ain't into listening to good music. But last night they had a crowd in there that wanted to listen to, I don't know what some of them songs, I can't even remember. I thought any minute they're going to break out in the Yellow Submarine, that kind of music. I don't care nothing about that kind of stuff. So I turned them off last night.
Texas Tiger has joined us.
Hey, Tex.
Philip Williams.
Hey, Philip. I missed you. I was running my mouth. And I'm trying to build up my confidence in Lisa, which I got the world of confidence in her. I didn't say a word about that bot up there.
She got it.
Oh, I know she got it, man. I've been.
That's 2 of them. It's been in there.
Yeah, so I'm leaving her alone, letting her do her work.
One of them things has showed up on a lot of YouTube channels lately.
Well, I'm glad it's not just mine.
It's not. It's they everywhere.
But I love to see. I used to follow the New Orleans music, the Zydeco down there at the Tropical Isle. They got 4 of them down there in New Orleans, and one of them plays Zydeco music. And but they offline. They quit doing anything. So they quit live streaming. So Shandy, you know who Shandy is? Shandy. Have you seen her around?
I don't know.
Well, if if Willie T's, if you Google, if you go to Willie T's through YouTube,
Uh-huh.
there's a chat room in there.
Oh, yeah, okay. When you said that, I thought you was talking about somebody else. Yes, I have. I've seen her in the chat.
Okay. Well, she lives up in Arkansas, and it on YouTube, if you follow Willie T on YouTube, is a chat room. Well, that's where I saw her, and I didn't ever say anything for. I just listened to the music, and
Mm-hmm.
I figured out more and more about how to find out about these places, and I was always just listening to Nick Brownell on Sunday nights, and I'd hear him talking about he's at the Smoking Tuna. Well, I fooled around. I figured out how to get to the Smoking Tuna. And anyway, that's where I met her. And I said something in that chat room finally one night. And after months and months of watching, and she responded. And called my name, came up, Steve Adams Fishing in Mississippi, in that chat room. So she asked me about where I was, and I told her, and she told me about where she was, and so anyway, she subscribed to my channel, and my very first time I was out there live streaming fishing, or second, third time I guess, she came in the chat room while I was out there fishing, and so now that's how she got to be in this community. She comes in every once in a while. But yeah, I like to listen to live music. Now I don't listen to the radio. Uh, I don't care nothing about listening to the radio, but I like to listen to live music. Yeah, Philip, hang in there, man. Subdues was my favorite New Orleans bar band.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever heard them or not, Texas. I can't remember that old boy's last. Nyquin, NYQUIN is how, NYGUIN. Nyquin was the one I really liked down there, and he played all that Cajun music. I can't remember his first name. Now, I was raised in a little town here in Mississippi, my wife and I, called Shelby, Mississippi. And in our sports conference, when we were in high school, about 22 miles down the road, there was another little town called Shaw, Mississippi. Same size little town. We played them, and I knew everybody, sports and everything growing up. Well, we were down there, and they got a place in New Orleans called, Big Dang Beers or something like that. That ain't exactly the word, but we went in there one afternoon. We were down there, and we were deciding on where we were going to eat. And we stopped in. I said, well, let's go in there and sit down. I hear a guitar player in there singing the blues. So we went in there and sat down, and there's this black guy up there, older fella, and he was playing and had a harmonica and a guitar, and he was playing the real old down home Delta blues. And I told my wife, I said, this old boy's pretty good now, I tell you. I said, I bet you he got some roots back in Mississippi. And it wasn't very many people in there. We were sitting at the bar, sitting right there by the little bandstand. And he came over and was playing and walking around. He had a mic that kept following him around there. And he came over and he said, while he was playing, he said, "Hi, Missy." He said hello. And he said, "Do you have any favorite blues songs?" And he said, "I don't know any blues songs." I said, "I do." And he said, "What is it?" And I said, "I like Boom, Boom, Boom by John Lee, that John Lee Hooker song. He said, oh, yeah, I'll get to that one. And I gave him $5. And he went on and finished the song. And anyway, he got to playing and he played that song. He was really, really good. I got all of this stuff written down in here. But anyway, his nickname was Rooster. And I bought his tape. And he didn't play anything. His set consisted of 14 original songs. His set consisted of 14 original songs that he wrote, and then a few requests. And at his intermission, he came over there to Kay and I, and was standing there talking, and he said, "What part of Mississippi y'all from?" And when he said y'all and what part, I said, "Man, this guy he's close." Anyway, we told him Shelby. He said, "Well, I'm from Shaw." And I said, "Well, golly, I probably heard you playing some of them honky tonks up down 61 Highway." He said, "I bet you have." And he said, "I played at the Harlem Inn and at the ballpark. They had one called the ballpark and had the Harlem Inn and had one or two in Cleveland, one or two in Clarksdale." And I didn't remember him, but I said, "Well, did you go by Rooster back?" And he said, "No." And he told me what he went by back in them days, back in the 60s and 70s, 80s. But yeah, man, all them old blues stars, I've heard them all live. We used to go to the honky tonks and listen to them on Saturday nights. And, that was back in the 60s and early 60s, late 50s. Can't do that anymore. You can't do it anymore. The times have changed so much that I hate it too, man. I hate it. The damn news media is about killed this country.
I can't watch it. I just turn it off.
Yeah.
15 minutes in the morning, I'm done with it. we don't even watch. I don't even watch TV much anymore. I got involved with this community and live streaming and watching all this stuff and the fishing, and some of the other bands is playing out there on live. I don't even watch TV much.
Well, see, I just about abandoned Facebook. I very seldom go on Facebook anymore.
Yeah.
And if I do, it's just to say happy birthday because I get a notice that says today is somebody's birthday. No, I don't know him, Tex. I don't think I do.
And my ladies get the same way. She'd rather watch YouTube than TV. That's the first choice. We just kind of give up on watching TV too much. It's just too much stuff going on all the time.
I know it.
We want happiness. That's what we want. Positive, people.
That's right. Well, you get so daggum depressed when you hear how bad things really run around, but I don't know. I just
Steve, the first time I ever seen a live stream of somebody fishing was Chunky. And I thought, where in the world have I been? How in the world did I miss this? Because he'd been doing it for a year or two already.
Yeah.
How in the world did I miss this? And she told me then, she said, well, I've lost control of the TV now. It's gone forever.
There you go. Well, in 2014, I quit fishing. And because I've been metal detecting 30-something years. And that's what I watched was the YouTube metal detecting shows.
Mm.
And they own Spreaker.com. They have several talk shows during the week, podcasts. I've met a bunch of those guys, but several of them been down here and hunted with me. And I was into the metal detecting community, and I don't know how I bumped into watching Chunky. He was the first one I ever watched it.
Yeah.
Oh, I watched Catfish Dave for 2 minutes. Now I watched River Certified for 3 or 4 minutes. But I just, I just would happen to see them. They'd come up on YouTube. But that thing, Chunky caught my attention, and I was sitting there watching. I said, "Man, what is this? It looked like a damn circus out there, a carnival." I said, "This guy can't be serious." So I sat there. Chunky got a hell of a personality.
Oh, yes, he does.
He could sell it. Anyway, uh, I just got to watch him, and I was sitting up there, and I caught myself laughing. I was just sitting there laughing at him, and some of the stuff how he does, and then all of a sudden he got the money, 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 money. And I said, "What in the world is all this? I didn't know you could." And Steve the painter was, and Becca was throwing him $100 bills. And I said, "Good gracious, this guy here got it going on."
Yeah, he's fun to watch.
So I watched him again. I subscribed to him, and so the next time he was out there, and I realized that this guy is sincere. He's who he is.
Uh-huh.
That's the way he is all the time. And so one thing led to another, and then I caught up with Brian B. was the next one, and then Has.
Yep.
Well, that Potomac community, they so active that they always doing something up there. And then Bex and Stephen, however you pronounce it. And then Laurie the Explorer. And then Troy, your boy Troy. And then Realville. I was the first person to ever watch Realville do a live. I was watching him. He didn't even have no lights. He had a flashlight, and it wouldn't work, so he killed it. That I watched him, and then one thing led to another. And there's about 200 of them. You know how all that goes. Yeah, DMV was later on for me. I didn't. I saw it, but I didn't ever watch it. But then I watched DMV, like Lisa said.
I think the first person that I reached out and communicated with was Two Stan. Okay. And he was so welcoming and nice to me. And I thought, man, boy, these folks, they got it going on.
Yeah.
And I've been hooked ever since. And in fact, she said, I knew what to get for Christmas. She got me some Chunky gear, Has, and Two Stan's gear. And then a little while later, these hats come in from Catfish and Crappie.
How about that?
And she said, Christmas was easy. I knew what to get. I didn't have to worry about Christmas at all.
There you go.
Yeah. But, Stan was so welcoming to me and friendly. And everybody's so positive. Chunky and Has, and it's fun the way they keep it clean. Oh, a Two Stan shirt. She just come to the door and reminded me she got me a Two Stan shirt.
Oh, there you go.
So, but anyway, I really enjoy it. I just enjoy the positivity of everybody and the way that they also will step up and make folks behave when they're not doing what they should be doing, in the chat.
That's right.
It's nice. It really is.
Well, I've enjoyed it. I feel like I made a couple of pretty good friends, and of course they talking about CatCon and all this stuff that they have is so stinking far from me. I can't go to any of that stuff, man. I can't travel that kind of distance to go. I mean, if I had somebody, it was two of us, so I could pick somebody up on the way and all that, I might go to some of that stuff. But golly, we're talking 8 or 9 hours. And that just sounds like pulling a tooth to me.
It's further for us here in Texas, but
Oh, yeah.
if it wasn't for everything that's going on right now, we'd probably try to go.
Well, don't you reckon you'd end up with COVID?
Oh, you be quiet. I'm sorry, the dog.
That's what scares me about getting around these crowds.
Hang on just a second, Steve.
All right. There you go, Tom.
Hang on a second. I'm going to drop the camera for a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay. No problem.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a long way from here. Yeah, 3 hours is not bad. See, I'm 3 hours south of Memphis. That I try to steer away from that, Lisa. You're right. I steer away from these crowds. Man, I tell you what, that swelling is still up here under my eye. The side of my head hurts a little bit. I'm ready to get back in the ibuprofen. Six hours. Where are you, Philip? I still haven't gotten everybody's location situated like I should. I guess I should. I don't know if I should or not. Yeah. Well, I was stationed. Oh yeah, they were in Memphis. Is that Millington? That's up in Millington. I carried a friend of mine in Millington to join the Navy back in, golly, I don't remember how many years, what year that was, long years ago. Man, I'll never forget that soldier, that sailor out there directing traffic. Man, that was fun to watch. I pulled over there and watched him. I never seen anything like that before. Boy, he was popping them heels and doing them about faces and had that traffic going everywhere. Yeah, well, Jersey, when you get old, you got plenty to talk about. Some of it you lived, some of it you read about. I guess I lived a bunch of the stuff I talk about. But it's just some topics that I really enjoy. I enjoy talking about the Civil War. I love talking about the Mississippi River. I love talking about the South, the South in general. And to me, there's not but 4 southern states. And Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. The rest of them are just towards the South. And I'm not even talking about all of Georgia. I'm talking about South Georgia. But people tend to meld with people of like thoughts and the same culture and all. So professional baseball, Lisa. I had a tryout when I got out of college, but I had torn my shoulder up, and I knew I couldn't make it as a defensive player. And the Red Sox offered me a tryout. So, but that was many years ago. Shortstop, second base. I played second base in college because of my arm. After I got hurt, but I was a shortstop all through until I hurt my arm, and then they moved me to second base. But my main position was batter's box. That was my main position. That's what kept me in the game. I could hit. I wasn't real fast. I was average or above. I wasn't speedy, but yeah, I could hit. That's what kept me all the way through. And I became a good defensive player. I had a great coach in college that really was. And I had a good high school coach for 1 year, and then when I got to college, and his coach was a stickler for fundamentals, and he had all kinds of drills to teach you the fundamentals of the outfield, catching, how to play first base, third base, all the positions, how to field ground balls, and all of that. And also, I was they called it gifted athlete. You couldn't tell it now, but I turned down 7 college football scholarships. I still got 2 or 3 of them up there in the attic that I never signed, but and the signatures are probably worth something now. I got a signature of Johnny Vaught at Ole Miss. What was the coach? But anyway, those I played 1 year of college football, and I didn't like it. It was too cutthroat. It's funny about that stuff. When you're in a high school, all of the team is pulling for the same thing. They all pulling. They got a hand on the rope, and everybody's pulling in the same direction. Well, when you get in college, you throw in a mix of kids from all over, everywhere. You don't even know them. And if you got a kid from, let's say you got 3 kids from Memphis and 2 kids from Atlanta and 2 or 3 kids from South Louisiana. Well, and you compete against each one of those for a position. And if you're ahead of one of their buddies, let's say you're running back, and you're running ahead during practices, you're running ahead. Well, if they get a chance at a cheap shot, if one of their partners gets a chance at a cheap shot on you in practice, don't think they don't take it. Don't think they don't take it. Now, by the time you live through all of that, and maybe you are a junior in college, you've been there several years, well, the team starts to meld in as all of them pulling the rope together. So the first couple of 2 or 3 years, especially if you get a red shirt in there, and then you did 3 years, you're not part of a team for the first 2 or 3 years. You better have your head on a swivel at football practice, because somebody's going to try to break your neck. Now, that was my experience. And I'm a people person. I love people. And as long as you treat me right, You and I are gonna get along fine forever and ever. I'll go to the end of the world for you. But don't cross me, and especially don't cheap shot me on the football field. And that don't build team spirit. That's not good. And I'm giving y'all an insider sports history that you may not have ever heard. Uh, but that's a fact. And I was as tough as the next guy. There wasn't nobody no tougher than I was, and I wasn't scared of nobody out there. But it, it was an emotional part of it. That man, these guys are. I just seem to be on the other team as to be on this team where my teammates trying to hurt you, or knock you out of practice or hit you in the head where you get 2 to 3 concussions. It was tough. And I didn't like that spirit. I did not like that gut of that team. I didn't like that.
Everything changes when they get to a point where they're being looked at from the NFL and the money.
Yeah, well,
What I mean?
Yeah, I just and I changed schools and I went to school that a baseball school, a well-known baseball school, and it wasn't a major university. But they won several national championships. Uh, and of course, then we played LSU. We played Mississippi State. We played Alabama one year. We played Ole Miss every year. We played Memphis State, which is the University of Memphis now. Played Arkansas. We played a lot of the big SEC schools, and I'm gonna tell you, I know we had a better 500 record against them in the years but except my last year, we didn't do very good. My last year, we ran out of pitchers. All our pitchers graduated, but anyway, that's just another story. Just another story.
So tell us when the fish is gonna start biting, Mr. Adams.
Well, they biting right now. If you had a boat.
Well, I'm talking about on the bank. That's what we want to hear.
Well, I think in my personal situation, the refrigerator Perry. Yeah. With my personal opinion on where I fish, I think the water's going to have to start warming back up, and they're going to have to go into this pre-spawn mode. Because I can't reach the spots that I need to reach to catch fish in the Mississippi right now from the bank, and I'm not going to put that boat back out there. I don't. I'm. If like I said the other day, if I had a young 23-year-old long-legged blonde in a chartreuse bikini, I'd get that boat right on out and be out there, but that ain't gonna happen. And so I'm relegated to the bank, and that's all right. I enjoy it. I don't need to be out there trying to catch a world record no more. I just need to be doing what I'm doing, enjoying visiting with people and fishing a little bit. Really, that's what it is. What it is, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find me a place. I ain't got too many high hopes they're gonna open up back down here. They've been pretty quiet.
Well, have you got a small river anywhere close to you? One of those small Texas rivers?
Well, yeah, but the problem is getting that wheelchair down to it.
All right. Well, let me ask you this: is it farmland or ranch land?
Where the river's at?
Yeah.
It's mostly farm, ranch land, rather.
And tell me exactly where you are, if you don't mind.
I live in Louisville, Texas.
All right, I've seen it on the map, but I swear I couldn't tell you.
So it's close to the Trinity,
Yeah,
and in between and the Brazos. I'm about an hour and a half from the Brazos.
from where?
The Brazos River, Brazos,
Brazos. Okay, I got you.
and then the Trinity. Now, uh, there is a place over there in uh, about an hour away. It's a crappie house. It's a good catfishing lake, Lake Bardwell.
Barnwell.
Yeah, it's a small lake,
Uh
but I'm probably going to end up going over there. Some where I was at right here was only an eighth of a mile to the fishing dock.
huh. Yeah,
I could drive down the sidewalk with my wheelchair and go fishing.
I got you.
But being it's closed now, I'm kind of, in a hold mode, and I'm not really hearing anything from them down there, whether they're going to open or not. Fortunately for me, I found a maintained dock that the state maintains in a park. It's an outside that we're going to go check out. And there's some city lakes around here that stocked with
Yeah,
catfish
yeah,
by Parks and Wildlife. They stock them
I got
in
you.
the summer, and they stock trout in the winter.
Okay.
So when it warms up, we're gonna go maybe hit some of these small city lakes and do a little fishing. I want to do a little video fishing.
I
I
got
just
you.
haven't had a chance to do it yet.
Yeah. Well, now I'm just gonna go back to the Brazos and the Trinity.
Uh-huh.
If you were in Mississippi now, and I know three farmers in Texas. They farmers, they're not ranchers.
Right.
And I'm still not clear on where you are, but I know three of them, and they no different than the farmers right here that I know that I'm buddies with hundreds of them.
Hmm.
If you went to one of those farms, now I'm just gonna tell it like it is. If you went to one of those farms, oh,
Well, that's a rookie mistake. I left the phone on.
uh,
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
if you went to one of those farms, you pick you out a spot, you find out who that landowner is, and I'm telling you what they would do here. I'm not saying every one of them, but a lot of them. They would fix you a spot to go to fish one of them rivers. They take their backhoe or their little bulldozer and they go down there and they fix you a spot. A good smooth running road that you could drive down, get close, run your wheel. They would fix it for you. I will guarantee you that I could get that done in Mississippi in at least 5 or 6 different farms. All
And
it takes is going and talking to them. What they gonna do is the worst they can do is tell you no.
right,
They
and
can't
that's
kill you and eat you.
uh, uh, another thing is too. And I may end up, finding somebody to talk to about that. Uh, I could always go and see if I could work out something with somebody on getting a boat slip, or I could, rent a boat slip somewhere to fish
Yeah, right.
out of. But this weather and this illness and thing that's going around. I just hadn't been in no rush,
Yeah,
to do
yeah.
anything because I don't want to get around, out too much and maybe take a chance on getting sick or whatever. But we gonna do something now. We may not even stay here. We may move somewhere closer to a lake somewhere.
There you go.
That's the reason we moved here. There's nothing really holding us here. We can get up and leave anytime,
There you
but
go.
we're
You
gonna
know.
find a spot. It's just
Well, I'll tell you what, two of them have done for me, and I still get around. I'm just old and got them old weak bones, but weak knees and all that. And But they took two of them took the backhoe. The small rivers now. We got some small rivers through here that I'd like to fish occasionally because you know you might it's flathead fishing for flathead. Heck, man, one of them fixed the place where I can drive my truck right down to the river and fish off the tailgate.
Right.
And I set my poles in the rod holders, and if I want to, I can sit up in the back of my truck in my lawn chair, but I sit down on the ground behind my truck. And I didn't even ask them. I just asked permission to go down there and fish.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, man, come on, anytime you want to. If I'm not here, go on down there. He said, I need to move that tree out of your way. It was a dead tree falling across the trail going down there, the little road like. And when he called me and told me, he said, I got that tree out of the way. He said, you need to come on out here and fish. So I did. When I got out there, he had built a road down through there. Not only moved a tree, he done smoothed it, and it was like a highway. I said, what? He said, well, I was out here, and I knew you. I know you got old legs, so I just went on and fixed it up for you. I said, well, man, I didn't even ask him. So there you go. I mean, and I know those farmers. Farmers are farmers. I don't care where they are. They go out of the way to help you out.
Yeah,
Most of them, not all of them.
I appreciate that, Philip. Philip said, I sure hope you find a good spot.
Yeah, man.
We'll find a place.
Yeah.
You know, of course, everything's bad timing. I started this YouTube channel and I wanted to, you know, get some live fishing recorded, everything.
Yeah, it's bad time.
It was because I had the YouTube channel started. And I wanted to get some stuff on film and on video, and then they closed. The city got them. So we're gonna have to get back to that, or a spot where I can do something.
Well, I'm not going out there in this bad weather anymore.
No.
It's cold, and I don't mind sitting out there and not catching the fish. It don't bother me at all. In fact,
Well, I don't either, but
I make a joke out of it, you know.
But, the weather's bad, and she don't want to go out. The lady don't want to go out there and freeze to death.
Heck no.
And
not anymore.
I don't drive, so that's we just kind of wait for it to warm up, get the nicer weather. That's all it is.
Well, I paid my dues, so I don't owe the Lord nothing for getting out there. I paid him all them dues back for 50 years. I ain't gonna pay him no more for getting out there and freezing to death.
Yeah, it's just not, it's just not really worth it.
No.
But I got other things to do with the channel. I do a little video game playing and fishing and hunting on the video game, and I make lures and cook, and I got all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I got you hooked up now down in Key West.
Oh yeah, I got plenty of stuff to watch on, on these streaming stuff. So
yeah, man. Well, I didn't know that Nick was gonna be, but I did know he would be there during the week, but it's on Thursdays, but it's in the afternoon, and I always forget to watch him in the afternoon.
Well, I looked and I told her, I said, I want to watch this because that's somebody Steve suggested. And I looked, and I said, well, it comes on Friday. I think he's there tonight and tomorrow at 5:00.
Really?
I think so. I think that's what he said.
Well, he's quite an entertainer. I like him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Philip. Good luck to you, man. Pulling for you.
Did you watch real-time catfishing giveaway last night?
I watched quite a bit of it. Yeah, I did.
How about Jody's show? Was you on Jody's show?
I watched Jody's show.
Yeah.
I watched a whole lot of that. And then I got on Hog Legs at 1 o'clock.
Well, I seen that when I turned it on this morning. That thumbnail's up there, and there y'all was on there, and
And we got Tim in there. We got an Epic in there.
well, he been on Jody's.
Yeah.
I seen Hog Leg stayed on about 6 hours. I'm like, good grief.
Well, I usually stay up with him. When I'm on there, I usually stay up. But last night, I had taken I had taken my gabapentin about 8 o'clock. That's for my nerves in my feet, so I can sleep. And I take 3 of them. I'm supposed to take 4 a day, but I take 3 all at one time. So it knocks my feet out. I can sleep. And then I had my jaw where I had that tooth pulled all up in here was hurting. So I took me 1.5 pain pills, and they was worn off, and the pain was still a little bit of pain up in here. So I went in there and took 2 Advil, and I was gonna go to bed. I couldn't hardly operate. I was groggy, and if I'd eaten one of them magic brownies, I probably would have fell out of this chair. But next thing I know, Hog Legs on there. So I got up there and got in there with him, and I couldn't even hardly make a sentence. I was so groggy. So I was everything was kind of, and I was kind of laughing at myself because I could tell I was buzzing, you know. But I got up there, and then Tim came in. And
I usually watch Hog Leg the next morning. That 2 o'clock in the morning pretty tough for me.
Well, you know, I don't do nothing. I wasn't planning on doing nothing this morning, and I don't know what happened in my kitchen, but I think one of my cats, I think that Lucky, that Newfoundland cat, got in there and he done sprayed water all over the damn kitchen floor. My wife woke me up at 6:45 this morning and said, how'd you get all that water in there on the kitchen floor? I said, baby, I ain't put no water on the kitchen floor. What would I do that for? She said, well, there's water all around, all over the counter and everywhere. I said, well, you know, we left water running last night. And you know, Lucky loves to swat that, man. Lucky got in there up on the counter and there was dripping water. He swatted it, you know, playing with it. And he had water all on the counter and everywhere. And it wasn't running that bad. He must have spent hours in there doing it. Rusty, you're going to be getting an invoice from me. You know, YouTube pays me $18 an hour to come on these and have a live stream. I don't tell everybody this because everybody else will be wanting the money then, but they send me a check for $18 an hour. And you used up 2 hours of my time yesterday after my internet went out. So you're going to be getting an invoice for $36. And I expect payment on arrival.
Rusty, you better run now while you're ahead.
How about that, old boy? Use up my time. And I ain't splitting the money with you. You owe me. I get 20 hours a month, $18 an hour, and I depend on that money to buy groceries with. And you used up 2 of my hours yesterday after my internet went out. I'm glad for you entertaining, but you took money out of my mouth. You took food out of my mouth, man. Heck, my wife's gonna have to still keep working just because you took $36 to buy a lot of Vine sauces down at the dollar store when you can catch them 4 for $1. The Redbird brand. So now, what do you think about that? And your combat pay. Yeah, see, I had to pay Lisa too. I don't know what kind of deal you got going here on me.
Steve, I'm gonna go eat some lunch.
Go eat some lunch, man. I'll see you later. Thank you for coming up, bud.
I appreciate you letting me come up.
All right, boy.
Everybody have a good afternoon and chat.
All right. See you
We'll
later.
see you. Bye.
Hand puppets. Ah, boy, you stuck it to me. Everybody, I started reading all them emails. And they said Rustic's in there talking. Rustic, of course, it was 4:00 yesterday before I got my internet back. And I went back and looked this morning on my analytics. I said, no, he sure did. He kept it going. Yeah. As long as he didn't do no strip tease or nothing and get down to his muscle shirts and boxer shorts. History lesson. What kind of history lesson, man? I just gave Rustic an economics lesson. I used to teach economics too. I got to see Kelly and get Kelly to send me an invoice so I can send the invoice to Rustic. Yeah, no, I don't even believe I'd want to see a chartreuse bikini on a Rustic. No, that wouldn't work. No, that wouldn't work. Well, you spell that word just like you know exactly. I bet you got a chartreuse bikini, Lisa. I can say the word, I just can't spell it. Round 5. No. Look, let me tell y'all something. You ain't been in here, Rusty. But my wife had it so cold. It got down to 21 degrees here last night. And all day long it was nice and warm in the house. Well, she got that dang thermostat set on to where it's 70 in the daytime and 66 at night. And so I don't know what time. It was about 9 o'clock last night. I was sitting up in here with shorts and a t-shirt on, and I was shivering. I said, what in the world? And I went in there and I said, Kate, and the air, there's a vent right over me here, and that air was cold. And I said, Kate, we need to check this thermostat. What in the world's going on? I believe you got the air conditioner on. No, I got it. It's on 66, just like it always was. Now, she got it 66 in the house, and it's 21 right outside this wall right here. And it's freezing cold. So I said, she got up. She was in there watching TV. She got out of bed and went in there, and I went in there with her because I want to see it. She said, see, it's on heat, and it's on 66. I said, well, I swear that damn thing blowing cold out. But anyway, last night when I went to bed, or this morning, about 3 something, I told y'all Lucky sleeps on my hip, up on my right hip. Well, it was so cold when I went to bed that I covered my head up. I was up under the covers all the way. And I had just dozed off, and I felt Lucky tapping me on the head. He'd never done it before. He was tapping me on with his paw. I could feel him through the sheet. And I said, what are you doing, Lucky? And I raised the cover up, and he shot up under that cover. He slept up under the cover with me last night. He cuddled up. He got up on that cover and got turned around and got cuddled up against my chest. And I went to sleep scratching him under his chin because he don't purr. Neither one of my cats purr. I don't know why, but they don't purr. And I had my arm up there, and I scratched him on his chin. That's where we went to sleep last night. I don't know what time he got up, but he wasn't there when I woke up. But it was so cold. Lucky got under the cover. I gotta tell my wife about it when she gets home from school. Man, it was tough. Hell, I bet it was. I didn't look at the thermostat because I wasn't. Hey, Jimmy, I wasn't getting that back out under the cover once I went to bed. I thought about it. I said, I wonder just how cold it is in this house. But I didn't go look. You ain't joking. I tell you, Mama needs to cut the heat up. He hears, he hears me talking about him. Here he comes. You get cold last night, partner? I know you were. Yeah, I guarantee you she need to turn that heat up. How you doing this morning? You got cold ears? You like it now? I turn that thermostat up. I got it warm in here now, don't I, bud? Yeah, man. And he has never been under the cover with me before. I'm writing all this down, Bug Man, because I'm gonna I gotta use it in my speech this afternoon when she gets home. We're gonna have to do something. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something. It's cold in here. Yeah, man. Oh, it's cold. I keep feeling like I got dry blood on my lip. It's dry. I need to put some chapstick on there. Yeah, I had to keep that private, Lisa. Don't nobody want to see me get hit on top of the head. I can't do nothing with her. She's German, and you can't do nothing with a German. They they just I worked for them for 15 years out there on that research farm. You have to show them. You can't tell them nothing. You have to show them. They regimented, man. They got it this right, and you just have to show them. And I guess when ice forms inside the window panes, I carry in and show her that film of ice that's in the house. She'll realize that hell, it's cold in here. She I thought I had her yesterday. The no, I don't even. I've tried all that, Lisa. No, no more. I thought I had her yesterday because her bathroom door got closed, and she came in here and she said, "We got to do something." I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "I can't take a bath." I said, "Why?" Said, "I had my bathroom door closed and it's cold in there." I said, "Yeah, it's cold in there." So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get up and go in there and close the bathroom door again. Yeah, it's cold. No, I've been down that road, Lisa, and it don't work. I can't tell her nothing. I don't even try anymore. I can sit up here now. I got on warm ups and a long sleeve shirt, thick pair of socks. That's right. Basically, that's what I do. But I have to every once in a while state my case. You know, I can't let it just run completely over me. I have to speak up every once in a while. Not very often, but every once in a while, maybe once every 2 weeks. And she gonna kill both of us the way she drives. Don't. Yeah, I know it. Just don't be going somewhere and let a car pass you. Now, I can get her to drive 60, 65, but don't let a car pass her. It's on then. And we'll be going down the damn highways. I look over there, she'd be running 82, 83 miles an hour. I got my feet down against and holding on. I mean, she just scared me to death. Well, look, if you got your thermostat set on 66, now listen, if you got your thermostat set on 66 and it's 21 outside, ain't no way that heater gonna ever catch up. And and I don't really believe it. Now it might bring that room where the thermostat is up to 66, but the rest of the house is 46. So the thermostat, that's a fault. That's a bad fault of these homes. They ought to be thermostats all around, and they average up at 1, and then cut off the air conditioner or the heater. But that one room in there is it's 66. It's nice. But back here where I am, it's 46. If it's 21 outside, shit, it's cold. I have done that, Lisa, in this house. You know, you see me sitting up here with that big old red coat on. That's because she got it so daggum cold in here. In the summertime, and look, I'm not exaggerating. In the summertime, I have actually gotten up and walked outside and stood in the sun to get some relief. I've actually gone outside, stood in my driveway in the sun just to get a little relief from the cold. Look, we both sleep under a ceiling fan. No, we've always had a ceiling fan. We always slept under a ceiling fan. Heck, if I have to stay in a motel room, I always get the side of the bed closest to the air conditioner or the heater so I can hear it running. But I'm telling you now, it is so cold last night. Lucky got under the covers and curled up. I'm talking about he didn't just come up under there and he cut up and put his nose up under his back legs and curled up. He said, "The heck with it. I got to do something different." And I'm gonna. I don't have to. I like for it to be cool, but the noise. I've been sleeping with that ceiling fan so long that little hum or that little noise have to have it to sleep. I can't stand it dead silent. I like to have a little hum going on there. And my eyes are bloodshot. You thought I'd been on a 2-day drunk the way my eyes look. Yeah, it's sun shining pretty good here. And it's still in the 20s, but it ain't that cold. It's not 20 degrees, but it's cold for Mississippi. Well, I said I checked my bait tanks. I got 2 tanks out there with filters on. Got some goldfish in one and some brim bluegill in another one. And they barely trickling water this morning. There's ice everywhere. What time did you make it to this morning? You talking about on Hog Legs live stream? It was 3 something when I went to bed. It wasn't far after 3 o'clock. If that's what you're talking about. What time did you make it to? It was around 3:15, something like that. Man, these Terminex folks drive me crazy. I stayed until 2. Yeah, well, you went a little bit before I did. I was just intending to go in there and speak to Hog Leg and leave. But then Tim came up, and next thing I know is 3 something. But I was stupid as a goose last night, Jimmy. I was taking a bunch of medication. But it's you came on right out. I guess I had just left, Rustic, or maybe I was still there and we left about that time. I don't know. If I was still in there, that'll help me know when I went to bed. But I took a bunch of medication for this tooth I had pulled yesterday, and I was stupid as a goose, man. Medicine, that's one good thing. Medicine works good on me. Was I still there, Rusty? Dog says nap time. There you go. You wasn't there when so I got up at I must have gone before 3:30 then. I know it was a little around 3, a little after 3. Hey, Dan. Lisa, you must have led a real sheltered life. You never heard stupid as a goose? Well, Lisa, if you never heard that before, have you ever heard when you're talking about somebody drinking? Have you ever heard the old saying, hey, Steve, thanks for coming. What? Who is he talking? Who he talking to? He ain't talking to me, I don't care. Have you ever heard at least when you're talking about somebody been drinking, and they're a little bit high, and they say he's tight as Dick's hat band? You ever heard that one? Man, old Smitty is tight as Dick's hat band. You know, hat band, the band around those hats. Cat hats people men used to wear. You ever heard that one? I always wonder where that came from. Bark on a tree, yeah, I've heard that one a little bit. Rustic, I go in so many of these things, I guess I did come. Did I come up on your panel or I was just in the chat? Are you trying to get out of that invoice, thanking me and being so nice? You ain't getting out of that invoice, bud. That invoice is coming. It's coming through Danny Stone because I got his address. It's coming through the Malden City Post Office. And he gonna forward it on to you. No, it's not dirty. Because I mean, it's not vulgar, Dink, because this originated back. This originated back. Oh, my grandmother used to say it. So this is 1800s. So they didn't do that kind of stuff back in them days, not out in public. So no, he ain't gonna use that invoice as bait. He gonna forward it on to you, man. You gonna have to send me my $36. No, it don't. It's not risque, Dink. It might be today somebody come up with something, but no, not when that saying came along. I always wondered what they was talking about. Apparently somebody must have pulled a dick hat down over his head or something when he was drunk. I don't know. No, he got the big head about something. I don't know. It might have been. I don't know. Hey, Chris. Yeah, just killing time, man. Just killing time. Trying to wait on it to warm up. I put this. Well, I don't know where you're gonna get your 19 from, cause Lisa's the one that warned me about it. Told me that you owed me the money. Next time I saw you, she kept a clock on you, so she knows. She's the one that told me what the invoice ought to say. She does about even 2 hours, a little bit over 2, but I'm gonna knock off a little bit. Oh man. I don't know about all that. Hello, welcome back, Thomas. I know I'm gonna use up my 20 hours, but I can take that $36 I'm gonna get from Rustic and buy them back from StreamYard. They said I could do that as soon as I collect it. Well, I explained to them that I was bootlegged and hijacked, and they said, "Well, that's perfectly understandable, Mr. Adams. In fact, if he don't want to pay willingly, we'll send our lawyers, have our lawyers send him a little letter, and if that don't work, we'll turn it over to our collection agency, and they'll go break. They break legs." They said that's what they told me. Now I don't know. Oh yeah, well, I don't get to talk but 18 hours, Thomas, because somebody took 2 of my hours, and I don't think I'm going to be using them on the riverbank. So yeah, my cat. Oh man. Uh-huh. Hmm. I'm going to get up and go get me some chiladas. I feel some chiladas coming on. Ooh, Thomas, you tough, boy. Well, yeah, but you live on the riverbank. Come on, man. You trying to trick me. Yeah, you live on the riverbank. I think the next one, I think what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go over there and sit on the riverbank in my truck and do a live stream if I got any hours left after the day, after Rusty uses up all my hours. I think what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go.
Hey, you go ahead and go and do your live stream over there, man, and I'll keep entertained.
Got any hours left after the day. Hear your thing now. Hear your thing now.
There we go. Yeah, I'll keep them entertained for you.
Yeah. Yeah, Dane.
I know you was on there, and then all of a sudden you was like this, and then it froze up, and you disappeared. Oh, I thought the cat done attacked you, and the cat was in there going at it.
No, man, all of a sudden them circle arrows was going, and it was black. And I left and tried to come back. I went back to YouTube and tried to come back, and it wouldn't. And it wouldn't. I dropped the internet. Internet dropped. And,
I know mine yesterday. The AT&T went out, but the whole towns went out. I mean, it just like it went out. It didn't come back on till well, about 3 hours ago. It came back on.
Yeah, Dink, I like it when it's. I like it all year round, but when it's cold, I like it. I set a can out at room temperature. I like it at room temperature. I even like V8 juice room temperature when it's cold. But I'm just a fool for tomatoes. As a wonder, I got a stomach as many tomatoes as I eat because I love them, man. I just love tomatoes. That flavor. And yeah, I'm just messing with you. I don't care if you used up all my hours.
I tried to wait on you, see if you can come back.
No, it was 3. It was almost 4 o'clock before I got it back up.
Oh man.
Well, see, I told what happened in here earlier. You know, when you call that 1-8, I forget the number. I got it all written down up under this in this desk drawer. Because it happens every once in a while. You get the people that I can't understand what they're saying. I don't speak some of them languages that they speak in wherever they are. And so I finally got a hold of a young girl one time, and she was in one of the islands down here in the Caribbean, and I got to know her so well throughout that hour-long ordeal trying to get this modem rebooted that I finally asked her how did she look in a chartreuse bikini, and she started laughing, and I started laughing because I couldn't believe I said that, But we've been talking for 45 minutes, and it tickled her to death, But anyway, she told me that if she didn't work so many hours, she'd send me a picture of her in a chartreuse bikini. So I took that to mean she probably looked pretty good in a chartreuse bikini. But she worked so many hours. But anyway, my wife, the time before that when it went out, I finally had to tell the fellow, I got mad because he kept trying to tell me what to do. I kept doing it and it wasn't working, and he kept telling me I was doing it wrong. And I finally told him what he could do. And he needed to hook me to somebody else. And so that's how I got hooked up with that girl. But I told him he could kiss my rear end. And I don't know where he was from, but I don't know what language it was, that accent, but I couldn't understand it. But anyway, my wife after that says, look, you don't do that anymore because you're going to get us in. I don't know if there's any laws about it, but you can't be cussing folks on the telephone. cuss anybody I want to if but anyway. So I just shut it down and cut everything off. And when she got home, she came in here and got it, talked to them, and they got it going real quick. And when it came up, I had all kind of emails and text messages. No, I didn't have text messages. I had emails from folks saying that Rustic's still up. Where are you? And all that kind of stuff. Oh, it was funny, man.
Yeah, eventually we figured out he wasn't coming back, so I told everybody, yeah, I was gonna get off. I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah, I do that too, Dink.
The chat was still going there for a little while after I left.
Right. Now, Dink. Now, if I mix my own, I use Budweiser. I don't use Bud Light. If I mix my own, I like it better V8 and straight regular Budweiser.
Hey, Left Cat. Yeah. Dink was talking about how about 90% of them are foreigners when they call you.
Yeah.
And I'm like, don't you understand English? Well, I'm speaking English. No, you're not either. I can't understand half the words coming to your mouth. I says, direct me back to the USA in this country and to somebody who can speak English. And then I will talk to somebody. And they do it too, because, you know, when they call you, man, they're calling you from overseas.
And no telling why. Yeah, this girl, I wish I could remember her name. I wrote it. It's written down on a piece of paper over here because I always write people's names down so I can remember who I'm talking to. But she was, as far as customer service and being a technician and customer service, she was about as good as I ever got a hold of. She was great. I mean, it was a pleasurable experience dealing with her. And
well, most of them telemarketers that can't speak English very good, well, they're sitting there and they got like 10 phones around them and they're getting paid like $4 an hour or something.
Yeah,
do all that.
Yeah, but I sure asked her. I couldn't believe I said that, but I did.
I can believe you said that.
Yeah, she got a kick out of it too. I got to laugh.
Mercy.
But it don't matter, Dink. They just drawing them a check.
She's gonna pull up your address. You're gonna get a big 8x10 of her in a chartreuse bikini.
I wish I would. I tell you what, I think it right here on the wall. Yeah. Well, look. When is Danny? Are you going over there with him tomorrow, or is it today?
No, that's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
He's gonna fish over Parker and them tomorrow, and I'm not going. Parker asked me if I wanted to go, and I said, "Nah, man, it's a little bit out of my reach there."
Yeah.
I'm wanting to go fishing tomorrow, but if it's nice, but man, it's cold out there.
Yeah, it's cold.
So I just might sit at home, watch them, and then there's a tournament going on tomorrow too. So,
what tournament's going on?
I think it's that 48-hour deal that if you has what it takes or something like that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Bug Man, I should have, but I don't remember if I got it. If I got a questionnaire on that or not, I don't know. But if I did, I'm sure I would have written her up good because she was great. She was great.
It said his wife would beat him if he said something like that.
Yeah, I see that. Sharina probably beats him anyway. He needs it. And he can't fish worth a lick compared to her.
Yeah, Parker be cool to go fishing with. I think I'm gonna hook up with him this summer, and me and him's gonna go fishing. But we're gonna have to go over on the river. I'm not go fish Catfish Cove over there. He said there was some big catfish in there, but You know, in the summertime they might hit better over than bigger ones, but
I don't know.
I don't know. I'll go wherever he wants to go because I just love to catch fish. I don't care if they're a pound, 2 pound, 3 pound. You know, I like to entertain the people and catch them fish.
Well, if you go over there with him, you better be ready for that rock dike. That's a tough one.
Oh, I fished off there in rock dice before.
And the way he talks, that's a long walk out there on the one he goes out on. I don't, I can't handle him. I wouldn't even attempt to go out on one of them anymore.
Yeah, he's younger than I am. That'd be tough for me to walk out in rock dikes, but you know, I'd do it.
The thing about it is you got to walk back.
Yeah.
See, you were talking the other night somewhere. I don't know where it was. I listened to so many of these things run together. You talking about having a little boat. Well, if you had, I call them slide ins, a little old 12-foot, 14-foot John boat with a little trolling motor.
Yeah.
See, you could, if you had a place to slide that thing in, put your gear in it, get on the downside of one of them rock dikes, and that, you know, the water ain't bad there.
Yeah.
But when the water's down, and just troll out there and get about 30, 40 feet from the end of it and pull up and get up on the rock dike and fish off the end of it.
Yeah.
And you'd be perfectly safe, you know. And you go out there and back with a trolling motor. And some of the, you know, I don't know about up there, but some of these dikes down here are, oh golly, they're
half the distance to the river.
Half mile long.
Yeah.
I ain't walking out. I wouldn't walk out on one of them when I was young. Can you imagine a half mile in an old gray rock? Carrying stuff.
Yeah.
And plus, you know, it's dangerous to be out there if you fall and hurt yourself. But
yeah, I used to walk them down there at other side of Crowsville's place, this little town called Cooter. You go out there, it's Cottonwood Point. They used to have the old ferry landing right there. They crossed the river to go to Tennessee Bottoms there at the backside of Dyersburg, Ripley.
Right. And
they had the rock dikes there. And man, I used to walk plumb out to the end of them things and fish.
Yeah.
But I was, 18, 19, 17 years old?
That's right. But if you had a 12, 14-foot John boat, trolling motor and the battery, that ain't nothing there.
Yeah.
Slide it in, put your 2 or 3 poles, however many you're going to take, your lunch, your cooler, and all you'd have. I mean, hey, Mike Turner.
Hey, Mr. Turner. Hey, Dave, if I don't see you tomorrow, buddy, happy birthday.
Yeah, if you go to South Georgia, hook up with a hog leg. He's down there.
Yeah. I like to go down there and try to catch some little weird catfish you've been catching.
Them speckled catfish tickled me last night when Epic saw that thing. He said, man, I want a picture of that thing.
Yeah.
It is a weird looking fish. Sooner Lake around here that has, you know, that's really long. I hate it walking there. Dang snakes, yeah. Hey, Dink, I'm going to tell you a story about snakes in those rocks. Here about 10 years ago, 12 years ago, there's a dam over in Arkansas on the Arkansas River called Wilbur D. Mills Dam. It's a dam and a hydro. They added the hydro to it. It used to just be a dam when I first started going over there. And we used to go over there and catch skipjacks. And you walk across the hydro, there's a walkway, you walk a rail, and out in the middle between the dam and the hydro, there's a picnic area and all that, and a revetted bank with the big gray rocks. And you go down that bank sometimes, and the skipjacks was over there on that side of the hydro. We carry cooler and all your skipjack gear and go over there and catch skipjack. So me and the boy from Monroe, Louisiana went over there one day. He came to the house and we packed up and in my truck, and we went on over there, and we went across the hydro and down them gray rocks, and we were catching skipjack. And I was sitting on a big old gray rock, and had a boat cushion. And I'd been over. I knew exactly where that rock was, and that's where I was sitting. And I was catching, had my cooler right there, and I was catching them skipjack, putting them in that cooler. Well, I dropped one, and I was sitting 5 feet. My feet were 5 feet from the edge of the water, and I caught one or two at one time, and I dropped one, and it went down in the rocks right between my legs, right down in a hole right there. And I put that other skipjack in the cooler, and I went to reach down there, and it was a damn cottonmouth already eating that skipjack.
Wow.
Right between my feet. He was down in the rocks, and he was already had that skipjack in his mouth. And I almost went in that water. And Sam said, "What's wrong with you, boy?" I said, "Man, it's a cottonmouth right here eating a skipjack I just dropped." He said, "Oh, man, it can't be." I said, "Look, man, I know what they look like eye to eye. I know what." And he eased down there, and we rolled one of them rocks back. Of course, that cottonmouth had that skipjack he had him about 2 or 3 inches down his throat. And we took a stick. There was some driftwood laying around. We got that driftwood and that stick and flew around there and finally got him out and down in there and made him and threw him out in the water. And he went on down through there with that skipjack in his mouth. But that stick was laying right between my feet. I mean, he wasn't that far. He wasn't that killing far from some important territory. And I said, "Lord have mercy." And it messed me up so bad I couldn't even hardly fish no more. Yeah, Lisa got it going on. Yeah, he was ready to strike or waiting on yeah, I know it, Dean. He was waiting on skipjack, because every once in a while, you know how it is behind it. There was hydros that water will wash up on the bank a little bit. I had on Crocs. No, I had on tennis shoes with no socks on, and my feet were getting wet every once in a while. But he was just laying up in there waiting on them shad to wash up in them rocks. And that got to me. I learned a lesson about them over there, though, because, man, I didn't realize they was. Well, you're always watching for snakes down here, but
yeah, you got to watch where you walk, where you step over, and
always, you know. But you're right about walking on them rock dikes and snakes down in there. I've had several run-ins with them through the years fishing.
Oh yeah,
but that was the closest one. That one actually scared me.
I was fishing down in Arkansas one time, me and the wife, and she went with me, and we stopped at this one place I was wanting to throw some bass lures at. And I walked down there at the edge, and there was a clearing out of the grass. There was a clearing along the bank here about 15 feet. And she was on the other side of me. I was standing there with my feet so far apart, and I was throwing this spinnerbait up in there. I done caught 2 bass. And I guess the splashing attracted this cottonmouth. And I was sitting there, and I was throwing that lure out, and I looked down there, and I see that cottonmouth come out and get right between my feet and curl up. And, you know, and it wasn't very long. I was probably about 2.5, 3 feet long or something like that. And it was just curled up there with his head like facing the water. And I just kept throwing it. I standing there, wasn't moving nothing but my arms. And I just kept throwing that spinnerbait out there. And I latched onto this big old bass, and it was splashing over there. And the wife said, "You know, there's a snake there between your feet." And I said, "He's all right as long as I don't move." And I threw it over and hung that bass, man, and he's splashing over there and stuff. And he took off straight towards that bass. That bass got off. I told the wife, I said, "It's time to go."
Time to go now.
I wasn't about to move with that snake, especially that cottonmouth. He was curled up. I mean, my feet was probably as wide as my shoulders, if not a little further apart. And he liked about that much touching my foot on both sides with his body curled up.
There ain't much you could do but stand there.
Yep. because I knew if I moved that foot, he'd get me.
Dink talking about him getting on a stringer. We we was camped on a rock dike one time. It had sand on it, and we flathead fished. And we go over and tie the boat up, and we flathead fish off of there and camp, put a tent up and all that. Me and one of the coaches, and we had caught 3 flatheads, I think it was. We didn't have
Mike, that makes about 6 or 7 that's come in.
Yeah, we didn't have about 12 live bait, and we were sitting there having a cold beer and talking and fishing, and we heard a scuffling around down there in the edge of the water. We were keeping the fish, small, flathead, and Jay said, I wonder what that is down there. I said, I don't know. It'll either be a muskrat or something messing with them fish, or a coon or something. We had to walk kind of down the rocks in the vines to get to the string. He walked down there and pulled that string up, and it was a diamondback water snake. I bet that thing was 4 feet long. And he had the tail of one of them flatheads in his mouth. And he said, there's a water snake got one of our fish. And so I jumped up, and it was a bait pole laying over there, skipjack pole. He pulled that thing up where I get him, and I swatted him with that pole, and he turned that fish loose and went on back in the water, and we threw the bait back out there. Well, we caught 1 or 2 more fish. I think we caught 5 that night. And we went to bed and got up the next morning and went down there and said, well, we better clean these fish before we go home. We pulled that string up, and that snake had swallowed one of them flatheads, and the last one we caught didn't weigh about 2 pounds. And we pulled that string up, and that snake had gotten one of them horns. It got over one of them horns some sort of way. And I don't know how he did it, but he had that one of them horns on that fish in his mouth, and it had him hung up.
Central Valley.
Let's see what did he say?
He's putting a bot number in there.
110. Yeah, my mods get paid. I send Lisa a check for it. She gets $3 for every one of the. I send her a check. That's the reason I don't have many. We tally up at the end of the month. She keeps a running account there. But anyway, we got that snake, and we fooled around and got him off of that catfish. And he was upset. So we had some chocolate chip cookies. and we crumbled up a chocolate chip cookie and fed that snake that chocolate chip cookie. Forced it down his mouth with a little old stick, and then turned him loose. Yeah, back in the water.
Is Dink still in here?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Dink, if you're still in here, send me a message on Messenger, if you don't mind. Just holler at me that way, because I want to holler back at you on something.
Yeah. See, that's the reason Lisa gets paid, because she's up to snuff. She knows all that stuff.
Now they're wanting all applications to hit them bots for $3 a bot. Boy, you're gonna have hammers flying all over the place.
Yeah, well, I'm the only one that can control the hammers. CVA, I use all women, and I got 2 men. I believe it's 2 men. I got a 3B, which we still ain't nobody seen 3B. I'm worried about 3B, and fins and file.
Ain't nobody seen 3B in a week, man.
It's over a week now, man. I've been asking about him for at least a week already. I hope ain't nothing happened to the man. He's a super guy.
Yeah, on Messenger, Dink. Whenever you get off here or something.
Yeah, CVA, what's that word? What? Damn, my mind is blank.
Steve, I am what I need to be.
You identify as whatever you need to be at the time, huh? Do what, Rusty?
I was just reading what CVA put.
Yeah, he want that $3 a link job, man.
Lisa said, "Don't be impending in on my job here now."
There you go.
They gonna put him in the corner.
Oh my goodness.
All right, I got it, Dink. I'll holler back at you here in a minute. We got my grandbaby here, my youngest one, the baby.
Well, that's good. Your children actually come to see you.
Yeah, they come to see their mama.
Well, I'll be dog. What do you have to pay them?
No, they
Really?
usually won't.
They come on their own.
Yeah, when they want something.
Pen 309s, the old ones, Thomas. The old Pen 309s, the red sided ones, the bake lights, the old.
Nobody puts baby in a corner. Yeah, she's in her. We've been swapping out, taking turns at night with her because my daughter's fixing to have surgery on her back, so she's needing to rest right now. And so we got her last night, and her Mimi set up with her till I woke up this morning. And then I've been up with her. And think Jersey does on accident. Well, you need to get you an all battery, heated, operated thermal winter suit and go fishing.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No. That ain't gonna help my hands when that water gets cold. No. Heated gloves, heated socks.
Heated waterproof gloves.
Yeah, give me one of them wetsuits that pumps hot water like they use on the Gold, Bering Sea Gold.
You need one of them little one-man tent deals like Air's got, Fat Boy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. With a little heater in there, and it's all clear on both sides and front, and you can stay there and stay warm and watch that pole bend over.
If I was to okay, we'll talk about it. Thomas, the only thing that bothers me about having one of them serviced is the parts that you can buy now. I know you can buy the parts; they're readily available. But I don't want no plastic put back in there in place of metal, and I don't know if you can get the real deal anymore. Because Penn moved out of Pennsylvania and moved to somewhere across the world, and I just say it because I've seen the new 309s, and they don't have the quality that the old 309s have in the guts inside of them. Now I don't know about the other real, but I know about the 309s, and I wouldn't own a black 309, and because they got some plastic in there in place of metal, and I don't go for that. So I don't want to replace an old metal part with a new plastic part. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I hope he's all right, CVA.
Golly, CVA. Yeah, okay, Thomas, I got you. Well, good. We on the same page then. I'd be glad to send them to you and let you rework them. They're easy to work on. I used to work on my own. I used to service my own, but that was 20 years ago. and they big parts, and they're easy to get to, and it's easy to take apart. Uh, they shouldn't need drag washers because I put the updated drag washers in most. It's been so long since I flew with them, I don't know what I put in them. But I put the new updated fiber something or other clutch plates on them. That's what they look like, miniature clutch plates, brake pads, and all that. No, not brake pads, but that kind of stuff. Paws, I imagine the paws are all the same. I don't really know what any of them need. That's the problem because I hadn't paid any attention to them. Yeah, for sure. That would drive you. That cause problems.
Can't blame you there, CVA. Can't blame you there.
Yeah. Thomas, I think the proper name for those things are peer, PEER, or pin 309M or something like that. But they're the old Bakelite. They are dark maroon reels. They're deep sea reels. That's what they use in saltwater reels. They're winches. They don't. I think they 3-to-1 or something like that, or 2 something to 1. They'll reel in a car.
I'll be right back. I go check on that baby.
Okay. I didn't even know they made a ceramic one. I know I got one of them, and I don't even know which. I think I took it off, and it's in the box. I got one that when you cast, it makes a funny sound. I mean,
Feels like Minnie's cooking something.
like something rubbing in there, whines when you throw it. And I got one at the tension screw on the spool. It don't work good, and that's probably that spring in there. Needs a new spring, which I think you can fix it from the outside. I think. I'm not sure. Of course, the bait clickers on all of them allow. That's one thing about the 309. It's got a bait clicker from out of this world on. That thing will wake you up 30 feet away. Oh, they're excellent reels. They're not made for casting. Now I have taken the worm gear and the pawl out of them.
You see that? Yeah.
And used them.
Put her in her walker in that room.
And you can cast a little bit better with them then. But they're not made for casting long distances. You got the newer ones though. You got like the Warfare and that kind of stuff. There she is.
Yeah, she just woke up.
Yeah, I see that frowny face. What's her name?
Brindley.
Brindley?
Yep.
Hey, Brindley. She looked up. Hey, Brindley.
You say hi. She's looking at you on TV.
Oh, my.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
There you are. Yeah, you gonna say hi? You gonna say hi?
Good for you, CVA. Good for you, man. She got a head full of hair already, boy. Look like it may be a little red.
Yeah, it's dark colored, like a brown. Her daddy's got dark hair. My daughter's got a dark strawberry blonde.
Yeah, that's what that was gonna be. I bet you.
Oh, be there.
Yes, yeah,
Everybody.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, those are newer reels, I think. I think. You know, I don't. I'm not up on all that stuff because. Hey, Amy.
Hey,
How,
Amy.
how you feeling, Amy?
Look at what I got, Amy.
He be like Lee. Rustic gonna get him a t-shirt that says "Be like Lee." I'm not up on all these reels and stuff because I spent all my years using 309s, and I mean that's all I ever wanted, and that's all I ever used, and that's all I ever bought. So I never researched anything. I don't know what's out there.
Amy's getting better now.
Well, that's good news.
She'll go in there by the computer in front of her and look at all the candy wrappers Lee left in there for her.
Yep. Well, where is Lee? He don't never come around. He comes in once in a while, but he don't never say nothing.
No, he said he might go fishing this afternoon. He didn't know yet, but I know he's missing the grandbaby.
He's gonna go fishing every day. You look in the dictionary under procrastinator, and there's Lee's picture. Oh,
What? What do you
okay, Thomas. Chocolate covered payday.
You can't have that stuff.
Oh, yeah, Lee gonna last on that diet about as long as Ned was in the first grade.
Here's one of her favorite toys.
I don't think that's one of her favorite toys. What?
No, he didn't care.
What do you see? Here. Got your wrench.
She was chewing on it.
Oh, okay.
That's mine.
Got your wrench.
I reckon he's all right to have around every once in a while, Amy.
Oh, yeah, you gonna work on my neck. You hear her?
I hear. Yeah, she got that wrench. She draws back.
But she's teething. So Lee and Amy's little grandbaby is, I think it's just a month younger than this one.
Well, good, Jimmy. I'll tell you, this stuff is amazing. Everybody's got it.
Hit my head. All right. Come here. There you go.
I know my wife's gonna come home with a positive test sooner or later. And I don't know, I guess I'll move out in the truck if that happens.
Yeah, that last train's going across bad, boy. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? I don't see it. Oh, I see it. I see it. Oh, hang on, we're going over. Oh, the ship's going over. That's actually her older brother's part of his tools, a crescent wrench, but she chews on it.
Yeah. Oh, Jersey, I don't envy you having to be out in this cold, man.
Team Evans loses because his payday is going to be on. Like,
Yeah, Lee's eating chocolate payday on a dime.
What? What's the matter? What? You see something over there you wanting? What's over there you want? No, you ain't getting no soda. I don't know who's been giving you soda, but no, you ain't getting no soda. Oh, boo, 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 boo. Oh, boo, 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 boo.
She's pretty.
She's a handful. You can look in there and she's learned how to turn herself over and everything and move around and she likes laying in her car seat watching TV. And this little cartoon thing, an educational cartoon thing she likes to watch. And you'll look over there and she's time crawled halfway out of that thing.
It won't be long. She'll be all over that house like a mouse.
Oh yeah, we put her in a walker and she goes forwards, backwards, sideways.
Yeah, I'm a dark chocolate guy too, CBA. I love that stuff. The bitter it is, the better I like it.
I'll be glad when her teeth come in. Her teeth's the biggest thing wrong with her. Trying to come in.
Yeah. Hey, CBA, you ever take a piece of that dark?
Come on.
If you drink coffee, you ever take a piece of that dark chocolate and melt it in a cup of coffee?
Oh, you got that right, Jersey. I'll be glad when it warms up. Spring gets here.
Hey, Uncle Lou. In the summer sun. Yeah. Yeah, it's cold up there. Hey, Lucky. I love a piece of dark chocolate, that Hershey's dark chocolate. I love it melted in a cup of coffee. What you doing, man? What are you doing? You just had to come back in and check on me. You had to come back in and check on me. Hey, buddy, you want me to pick you up? You want to get up here a little bit? Huh? Say hello. Hey, Jake. Oh, no, that's a valve in there. Don't cut me. Boy, that tail pop in this chair. He don't like this. Hey, man.
My baby, I don't know you want to see.
Hey, man. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. No, you can't have that. I can't have that. Dark chocolate covered pretzel. Boy, they just pouring in here one right after another, aren't they? Oh, that's nice.
Look, I know maybe if you want to hide. Okay, open up. Open big. Okay, open big.
She slobbered on me.
Yeah. Well, that's good that that's all she did.
Yeah.
Uncle Lou, is it cold in I.O. way?
There's Uncle Lou.
Billy. Okay, you don't have to eat it. Maybe I'm.
I know it's cold up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love dark chocolate.
I like German chocolate.
Yeah. Hey, Lou, I'm going to ask you something. Of course, I'm kind of crazy. Have you ever taken a 4 or 5 kernels of dry corn, big kernels of field corn, and drill a little bitty hole in them that you have to force over the barb on a hook, and soak them hooks in water overnight and let them swell, and fish with corn on a hook.
For carp,
Anything.
we used to let water, put that corn in, take a gallon milk jug and cut the front of it out, fill it with water, throw that corn down there and let it swell and put it on a hook like that.
No, I'm talking about drill a little bitty hole, take a little bitty drill bit, drill a hole in it, and run it up and thread it on a hook. And then put that in the water and let it swell on that hook.
Huh. Yeah, it would swell up on that hook, wouldn't it? It'd be tight on that hook.
Man, it does. It's got to be a little bitty hole. You know, you can buy that little bitty drill bit.
Yeah.
And once it swells, it won't come back over that bar. One might, you know. But
Hey,
I have caught some fish doing that before. Now, I never have done it with a pole. Never pole fish like that. But I've caught fish on lots of limb lines doing that during high water. You know what I'm talking about, where you tie a line and a weight on a limb?
yeah.
Caught some good fish doing that. I don't see why it wouldn't work on rod and reel if you wanted
Oh,
to.
it would. I mean, if you're in a good place where there's a good abundance of carp, I mean, them carp eat them up. I mean, I've even known channel cats come up there and eat on that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But we used to take ours and swell it up when we was going after carp and just put it on the hook after it's swollen, soft enough to go on there.
When you do it like that, you force it through that soft corn, and it makes that hole big.
Yeah.
Where if you swell it on the hook, it's a little bit different. It ain't a hell of a lot of difference, but it's a little different.
Probably harder to sling off too.
Yeah, I think it would be. Well, with these slide rigs, though, you know what the heck? You put it on that slide rig and shoot it right out there.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, because he's up there where folks might try some of that. I don't know. I did it. I did it just on whim. Just see how it would work. It's been a long year ago.
Lee come in there?
Who?
Lee.
No, he won't come in here. He he's uptown. He's uptown Lee Evans. He don't associate with regular old folks down here in Mississippi. He's in the Kentucky Mafia, you know. We don't have a mafia down here. He's trying to be a godfather. He's trying to buck J-Dog for a job, you know. He's gonna put out a hit on J-Dog.
Said no, he's on the phone.
No, it won't split. It won't split, Uncle Lou. You want it dry and hard as it can get. Actually, now the way I tried it was with a hand drill, and I had it was kind of tough, so I used a drill press. I had a drill press at work, and I said, well, let me try it on a drill press. So I put it in a drill press, and it worked. And put a block, a 2x4, and put it on that 2x4, and kind of held it with my fingers. And that drill press worked good with it. And now it drills just a nice little old pretty hole. Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, Jeremy. We used to take Mama's canned corn out there. She'd get to looking for it. She goes, now I know I just bought 2 cans of corn.
Yeah.
Me and my brother would look at each other like, we got fish.
That's right.
We go to this one place, and man, it was full of channel cats, man. And we go down there, We catch them about pound and a half. I got to go see what the wife wants.
Okay. Well, I declared war on those meats yesterday. And I caught, I don't know, I caught 1 foot, two little old toes this morning. I lost 2 sticky pads. I don't know where they went. They got a rat on them somewhere a mile. And one of them I caught it had whiskers on it. I guess that must have been his little nose whiskers. He got off of it. He must be a fair sized meat. But I did catch 2 toes. You ever seen did you know a mouse would chew his toes off to get off of them sticky pads? I didn't know that. But they sure will. I caught 2 mouse toes last night. And I got some in a utility building outside in my backyard. I bought the rat version of the sticky pads, and I didn't break them apart. I put them. It's 8 of them. Let's see, it's 4 of them, or 8 of them, 4 of them, I guess. But I didn't break them apart. So I didn't know telling what I got out there in that utility room, in that house out there in the backyard. I may have a possum. I don't know. But I have declared war on these mesas around here. These damn things drive me crazy. Yeah, I do. I agree with that. Fish is better than corn. Man, I'm gonna have to quit hanging out with Hog Leg. He's killing me. My dadgum eyes are so red.
You ain't getting enough sleep, are you?
Well, I don't think so. Yeah. Are you talking about the white shark-looking traps, Uncle Lou, that clamp down like a clamshell? Got the teeth on it, the points on it. I looked at them. I started to get some of them, but I'm so mad at the meats. I want to see them suffer. That's terrible, ain't it, to say that? But I'm so sick of them. Yeah, I may have to get some of them. But I'm so sick of them meats that I got the sticky things. But I want to thump them in the head with a screwdriver. I'm sick of them.
You got 2 cats there.
These cats sleep up on the bed to stay away from the mice. They ain't gonna do nothing.
Go ahead, Gary. I'm almost sit here and watch you. I ain't gonna chase you.
Yeah, I need to break the plate. You know, cats, old farm cats. If you feed a farm cat, I've had hundreds of them through the years, and I feed them once a week. I mean, every other day. Feed them something every other day, just to keep them around. And then they'll take care of your mouse and snake and rodent problem. They'll take care of it. But you feed them every day, man, damn mice will be everywhere.
You done domesticated them cats.
Oh, they ain't nothing but children.
I know that one gives you fits. That's why I said whenever you left, I said, well, him and that cat must be fighting in there.
You missed the story. Let me tell you this story. I know I've already told it, but my wife, it got down to 21 degrees here last night. Okay, the thermostat's in that den, and it's nice and warm in there. It's nice and warm in there 24 hours a day. And she sets that thermostat on 70, and then it automatically goes to 66 at night. Okay? So it's 66 in that den. Well, back here where there ain't no thermostat, it ain't no telling how cold it is. And I was about to freeze last night, and I got her to go in there, and I said, let's go check that thermostat. She said, yeah, it's set right. Don't bother it. Don't bother it. So I wasn't arguing with her. I'm sitting back here freezing. So when me and Lucky went to bed at 3-something this morning, he ain't never done this. He sleeps up on my right hip, up on top of me. That's where he sleeps. So I got all day and I pulled him covers all the way up over my head because I was freezing. It was so cold. And the next thing I know, Lucky's up there on that cover doing this, tapping me on the top of my head through that sheet, tapping me. I said, what are you doing, boy? And he said, where? He was tapping me. Where? He'd never done that. I said to myself, well, I know I put feed in the bowl before I went to bed. So I raised that cover up over my head, and look here, Rusty, that cat shot up under that cover, just right up under that cover, and got right next to my chest and curled up and went sound asleep.
It was cold.
It was cold. He wanted out of that cold. And I thought to myself, I said, that heifer got this damn house so cold, the cat getting under the cover. Something's gonna have to be done when she gets home.
Hey, Art.
Hey, Art. Yeah, something's gonna have to be done about this temperature in this house.
Yeah.
So when the cat's getting under the cover, it's cold. I went to sleep with him, curled up against my chest, and I'm gonna tell you, he sure felt good. I wish he'd gone down there and got on my feet.
Well, Amy, that's why he'd slide your food to you in that bedroom in there, because he don't want you to smell that barbecue sauce on it. I told her one day, she told him, said he was on one morning. He said, I ain't going in there. I ain't going in there. I ain't going in there. And, she said, Lee, bring me some ice water. I'm thirsty.
Yeah, I was in there. I heard all that.
He'll be sliding you a water hose through the window.
Yeah, I heard that. He wasn't going in there and get that stuff.
Well, I hate to tell him, if it's in his house, he's done been exposed to it. No matter if he tests positive or not, he's been exposed to it.
You know, I just don't see no way for us not everybody to end up with that stuff.
And everybody's got the same symptoms too, boy. Everybody you see talk about it.
Yeah.
And man, I hate it. I mean, I've been lucky so far. I have never got it.
Me too.
My wife never got it, but my daughter's had it twice. My granddaughter's had it once.
Well, my doctor's had it twice, and she told me that last week, in fact, that to pay close attention, and if you get any symptoms, go right away and get tested. Right away. And if they catch it early, said 9 out of 10 times that they knock it right out, especially if you don't have any other underlying issues.
Yeah.
And so that's what I do. I try to pay attention to what my head and everything's telling me. And
Amy said, and I guess that will be the same with the fishing as well come April 16th, because we all know I can't depend on him for that. I told him this morning that he gonna keep messing around. You're gonna wind up getting your own boat so you can go out and catch fish. Well, there's another one.
I'm gonna tell you, Amy, the first thing y'all got to do is get off of Will Green. I don't believe that's a good fishing hole. Lee and Chris about convinced me that ain't a good fishing hole. Catfishing hole.
Good place to go get shad if they let you, but
I may be all wrong. But I've been watching Lee fish out there for hours and hours and hours.
If that water was filled up with that much shad, and there are some big cats in there, I wouldn't fish with nothing but shad
Well, that's
because
true.
that's what they're feeding on.
But if they running trot lines in there on the sly, that's a 200. What is it? 221 acres. That thing.
I think he
Yeah, I
said
know
about
it.
200.
Yeah. Well, Amy, I guess you probably missed it, but I paid Lisa $3 a bot. We settle up at the end of every month. So I don't mind her making a little bit of money. Okay, well, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, that spring and summer months, man, all them shad congregate together in big balls and stuff. That's where I'd fish at, right where the shad balls are.
Yeah.
Wintertime, they kind of spread a little bit. And you might be fishing this shad spot, but over on the other side, you see a shad ball. That's probably could be where the big cats are laying on that shad ball.
Could be. I know Lee made mention that somebody has some trot lines in that lake, and they're illegal, I think he said.
Yeah, he said they had nets out there.
Nets?
Yeah,
Well,
them same nets.
Was it nets? I thought that they was illegal, whatever it was. I think he said it was illegal to do that.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, he
it
said
is a 121 acre lake with a gill net, especially a gill net. Gill net worse than a trot line. If you got gill nets, it don't take long. You can clean out a hole with a gill net.
it's like up here, this Otter Slough up here, when people pull that up Otter Slough and they see this 4,000 something acre deal like that. Now it's just a river running through there, and the water's flooded up through there when it floods.
Yeah.
And they most of the duck hunting. There's some people that fish back in there in the woods and stuff, but it's mostly they built a boardwalk out down through there, like a nature walk.
Yeah.
But they got a 2-3 acre little pond thing over here, and that's what it is, just a pond. And they stock it with fish, but man, they fish that thing out so bad. The locals that know states that they're going to stock it, they'll go on the next day and wipe them out. And man, ain't up a little bit bitty fish in there. I mean, the biggest fish in there is catfish.
Hey, Clayton, I got to run in here next door. I'll be right back.
Hey, Clayton, turn your mic off.
Oh, man, it ain't that bad. Oh, can't hardly walk.
Sound like that going in there. Well, hey, everybody, he'll be back after this brief commercial break. Let's see here. I don't know. He better come back. I hate to bring up the hand puppies again. I know how much y'all love them. Well, he didn't have me take over. I had no choice. I kept waiting for him to come back, and never would. And I don't know, when he comes back up, I'm gonna step down because I got to go in here and help finish cooking. Make sure he does come back.
Where you going, Lucky?
Oh, him Lucky fish get into it.
Yeah, he was scooting down that hall like he was scooting down that hall like he was into something. I'm like this about that, Rusty. If they ain't never heard nobody peeing in a commode, they won't know what it is. And if they have heard it, it won't make no difference.
Barbecue cheeseburgers. With the trimmings. Except I don't eat mine on bread. I put my tomatoes and stuff on top of it, and then I just eat that like it is and just cut it up. I don't eat it with the bread.
Was that a hamburger? Cheeseburger?
Yeah. Even when I go to McDonald's or something like that, or Burger King, I don't eat the bread. I just eat the stuff.
Okay.
That's how I've lost all my weight, man. I just cut sweets and the bread out.
There you go. Hamburger, mayonnaise, pickle, and onion. And it's hard to find a good hamburger. You got a special order, and then you better check to make sure. And the way I do it, when I find a place that knows how to make them, and you order, mayonnaise, pickle, and onion, I keep going back, and they get to know who you are, and so they don't mess up and put lettuce and tomatoes. If I wanted a salad, I'd order a salad.
Yeah, that's what I told him. You want lettuce with that? And I told him, I said, no. I said, I'm not no rabbit. I don't want lettuce.
Yeah, if I want a cheese on it, I'd order cheese on it. I want mayonnaise, pickle, and onion. That's all I want.
And what's bad is that I'll pull up there and I'll tell him, I say, hey, I want number so-and-so. I want everything, no lettuce. Would you like lettuce on that?
Yeah, that's right.
I just told you, no, I don't want no lettuce.
I don't want to. Look who showed up.
Oh, Lee heard something itching the back of his neck. Somebody mentioned barbecued hamburgers, and here he is.
There he is. That's exactly what it was. We'll get him up if he wants to come. Anybody else who wants to show up.
See, that's why I don't like the Big Macs, because it's mostly lettuce.
I don't like that special sauce. I'm scared of that special sauce.
I hear that. Well, hey, I'm going to get off here, and I'm going to step down, and I'll be down in chat, but I got to go help finish cooking.
I'm going to hang around a little bit longer and see if anybody, I'm about to run out of something to say.
Lee will come up here. He got plenty to say.
Yeah, he usually does.
All right. Thanks for having me up here, Steve.
All right, man.
Okay. Bye.
Yeah. Mayonnaise, pickle, and onion. That's the hamburger. There he is. There he is.
Good looking one showed up.
Well, that lad that just left owes me money. You don't owe me no money.
Hello.
They talking about you already, Thomas. Lee. What are you doing? Oh, he talking. He muted. He talking on the telephone.
Hey, Steve, I'll be right back.
I ain't no problem, man.
I went on Steve's live because I was going to jaw with him here for a minute.
Yeah. I wonder if he knows we're here. Yeah. I gotta get with Kelly and get that invoice. I wonder what this temperature is. He's talking to himself. Yeah, he probably is, Thomas. He's trying to make us think he's important. Talking on the phone. I bet he don't know 5 people that even got a telephone. See what the temperature is. Well, it's up to 34 out there. Well, after all, Mike, you ain't been doing this long. You know, we understand you making a mistake like that. Yeah. What's wrong with this thing? 34. Yeah, I did that on purpose, Clayton. I was just messing with Lee. He'll see it when he gets in here. 34 degrees. That's warmer right now than it was yesterday this time. And it was 21 last night. Yeah, 2 years. Y'all, I'm worried about 3B. So I don't know how to get in touch with him. I don't even know what his name is. It's unusual for him to be gone out of pocket like this. Something going on, and he's around Atlanta. I know that. And they said Small Town tried to catch up with him, and he didn't have any luck. And I don't know if we friends on Facebook or not, because I don't know his name. We know anybody around Atlanta that, or some of his friends that would have him on Facebook? 3B. Somebody needs to try to catch up with him. You know, when Troy disappeared that night, we decided, and I sent him a text. I sent him a Facebook message right away, and he answered me. And then several other people contacted him right all in a row, and he came on the live feed. I don't know if Van got any contact with him or not. I don't know, but I ain't been able to get. Small Town said he tried to contact him, but and I don't know how he tried to contact him, but he didn't have any luck. No, we know Van's sick. I mean, he was on what last night was running 100-something degree temperature. We know Van is sick, but we don't know about 3B. He just disappeared. And I've asked on several live streams, not just my own, but others too, and nobody has been able to find out anything. So I don't know. I don't know. I hope. Man, as long as he's been missing, if he got the COVID, he got it bad. And that's a fact. I just hope it ain't nothing else, you know. Seems like somebody would let us know because he is in this community pretty regular. Well, he was ever since I've been around. That ain't been that long, but I mean, everybody knows who I'm talking about. Lots of people do. I don't know. We need to find out though. And I don't know who it would be. Now, Hogleg is down in South Georgia. But I noticed it. Amy, I'd have to go back and look. Let's see. Somebody's better at that than me. Let me see what I do. Go here and kill that and go to subscriptions. Oh. Let's see. I think he's way down at the bottom of my list. Let's see. I looked this up the other day. He's way down here at the bottom. Lord, how many people am I subscribed to? They three. It's written out 3B fishing. THREB. There you go. There you go, Phil. The last time I see anything, December the 2nd. I don't know. I know this dadgum tooth got a little pain on the side of my face. I'm about sick of it. Ooh, that's kind of sore. 3B fishing. I don't know how to get in touch with him, but I know I fished live. Well, I don't know when it was. Dang gum, man. I fished live last week. I rounded out my 50 hours without catching a fish. Sometime last week. I believe it was last Friday. So a week ago. And I've never been live fishing that 3B didn't come in there immediately. In fact, he's the only one I've ever brought up on the screen while I was fishing. He walked me through it, and I got him up on the screen. It took me about 3 tries. So he didn't show up in that live stream. That was a week ago. And I thought it was kind of strange then because he didn't ever show up. And he was regular on my live stream, him and a couple other fellas and girls. And I didn't think that much about it. But then I got to noticing that I wasn't seeing him in any of the chat rooms, at night and all. And I finally made mention of it. And Small Town tried to contact him, I understand. So I don't know. Yeah, Mike, I'll get that tended to one of these days. I tried to do it one day and I couldn't remember how to do it. I'll get it one of these days. I'll stumble up on how to do that again, and I'll get you a hammer. Because I can't pay y'all now like I pay Lisa. I got a budget, and I don't have a budget for but about 5 mods, so I pay them. I can't be paying just everybody. I don't know where he is. I'm kind of worried about him though. He was a regular in the chat rooms, and all of a sudden he just disappeared with no word. That ain't always a good sign. But I guess we'll find out eventually. I don't know. Well, what time is it? 2:44. I'm about to have to go get something to eat. I ain't had nothing to eat all day. Not a bite. That's one thing about getting a tooth pulled and having a tender mouth. It'll cut back on your eating. Yeah, that's how you do it. I knew how to do that. That's how I got all these hooks. I can't remember all that stuff, man. That's too much like rocket science. Chinese arithmetic. Yeah, yeah. There you go. Well, you get used to seeing certain names when you're doing stuff and doing this stuff, and especially when you're out there fishing, and all of a sudden they just disappear. Oh, that Lisa Johnny on the spot now. She, well, I like to turn over. Don't let me pull a Lee Evans here. And hey, Jersey, just imagine how good she is when she ain't sick. Oh, it don't bother me, Mike. I'm being perfectly honest with you. When I set out to make some more mods, I couldn't remember how to do it. I went in I went in YouTube, and I said no, and I've got your link copied in there and all that, but it's an easy way to do it. And I remember now when Jersey said what he said, because I think I got Jersey as a mod. I believe he's a mod in here. I think. I can't see on here, but I think he is. But also, I've always done it, I believe, from my telephone when I was out there fishing. I never thought about doing it from in here. Yeah, that chair like it got me, Philip. I sure hate to fall out right in front of everybody. Well, I bet that. I think, let me see, I got 10, 13. I got about 6, 7 more hours left this month. I think if it's a pretty sunshiny day one day this weekend, I think I'm going to go over and set up on the river in my truck and do my next one live from over there off the riverbank, and we'll watch the towboats go by. Because there's a bunch of them out there right now. Yeah, you driving and listening. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do next time I do this. Of course, Saturday and Sunday is a big cowboy show day for me, so I don't know if I leave the house. I have to watch my Western shows. I'm missing the Virginian and Laramie. And hey, let me ask y'all something. I asked my wife this. She didn't remember it. I didn't remember it either. But I think it's the late 50s, Henry Fonda had a TV series called The Deputy. He was a Western marshal. And the deputy, he was the marshal. And he had a deputy, which his name was Clay something in the show. And it was a 30-minute series that came on. I never remember seeing it when I was coming up. But it's on a station on the satellite now, and this thing must be getting well because it's itching down in there. The Deputy. It's a good series. I like it. I watch it every afternoon. It's on they have about an hour and a half, 2 hours every afternoon, late in the evening, late in the afternoon. Called The Deputy. Do y'all ever remember that series when it was on? And Henry Fonda is the star. I call them cowboy shows, Jersey. Yeah, cowboy shows. I attend to it, Mike. I get attended to. So before your time, well, it wasn't before my time, but heck, I go all the way back to Sky King and Lash LaRue, Hopalong Cassidy. Man, I go back a long ways on cowboy shows on TV. Yeah, Lash LaRue. There was a detective show called Boston Blackie. That was way back yonder. Uh, uh, what was the name of who was that guy on that we had the late night show, the original one? This was before Johnny Carson, before Steve. What was Steve? What was his name that was on there before Johnny Carson? Steve somebody. This guy's name was Parr, Jack Parr. Jack Parr was the original late night television show. Parr, Jack Parr. Oh yeah, that's recent. Lone Ranger was recent, man. Compared to what I'm talking about. Had the Range Rider, had the Red Rider, like the BB gun. I believe it was a Red Rider. Maybe it wasn't a Red Rider. Maybe I'm thinking of Range Rider. Had Lash LaRue, Hopalong Cassidy, of course, Roy Rogers. Roy Rogers, I get. Gene Autry, the guy that owned the Los Angeles baseball team, the singing cowboy. Gene Autry was one of the first ones that had a TV series. Oh, gosh. And all this is before John Wayne never was in a TV series. He always made movies. But Henry Fonda, he's a famous actor. I did not know, I've seen him in cowboy movies, but I didn't know he had a series. It was a total shock to me. And my wife, of course, she wouldn't watch cowboy shows, but she didn't ever remember it either. I don't know, The Deputy. Y'all ought to watch it. It's pretty good little series. Anything with Henry Fonda, because he's a pretty good actor. No, Jersey, I agree with you. I don't watch it anymore. The channel name is Grit, GRIT. It's on satellite. And then there's another one, INSP, Inspirational or whatever. I don't know what INSP stands for. But they have both of those are Westerns, a lot of Westerns. Now, I like Grit better because they show the old ones, the ones that when I was a little. When I was young. My grandmother, granddaddy had a TV. I guess when I was 5, which would have been 50, 51. And they had a TV. My mother and stepdaddy got married when I was 6. And we didn't have a TV till I was 10. But I stayed with my grandparents a lot, and they had a TV. And that's where I got to watch some of the old shows. And of course, somewhere along in there when I was, I don't know, I guess 8 years old, 7, 8 years old, second grade maybe in the second grade, I started, I spend the night every once in a while in town with with a friend. You know how all that went. And because they had a bicycle. And I get to ride a bicycle. Learn how to ride a bicycle. And then get to watch TV at their house. But where we live, we was done good to have electricity the way we was going in those days. That's the reason I won't have a fireplace in the house. My wife always wanted one. I won't allow that. That's the only thing I ever put my foot down on was a damn fireplace. There ain't gonna be no more wood toted up in my house and set on fire. My house will burn down before there'd be a fire in it. All the country kids used to ride a school bus to school. And I lived 13 miles of gravel road from town. And they had to carry me to catch a school bus. That's how far on out I live. I caught school bus from a truck, a pickup every morning. And got picked up in the evening. And it was a kid that lived further than me, and he was a Cajun kid. Family moved in there to farm rice, Hebert, Herbert, the Hebert from South Louisiana. And Harry was Harry Hebert. He was a little guy, but he was in my class. We was in the same room. Harry's daddy, and I can't remember Mr. Hebert's name, but I knew him well. I knew him later on when I got grown. Mr. Hebert, boy, you could hardly understand what he was saying. And if he got excited and talked fast, you couldn't understand what he's saying. He sounded like he was from another world, another country, as he got excited. And me and Harry rode the bus together. Well, we kind of butted up, and we got off school bus one day, and we were in the first grade. Yeah, we were in the first grade. And this was about the third or fourth day of school. Because I beat the school bus out of the parking lot the first day they dropped me out of school. I left going home walking. But anyway, this was later on, a week or two into school. And we had to walk down this big hallway and then take a left and go down a real long hallway and then take another left and go into the first grade classroom. Well, these two town boys, I'll never forget them. I mean, I buried one of them about 2 months ago. One of my best friends ever. Him and his little running buddy, they were town kids, and they were sitting there by the door when the bus kids got off, and we walked by, and they called me Smokey, and they called Harry Chop Chop, cause we smelled like firewood. We'd been in them damn houses with them wood heaters. They called me Smokey and called Harry Chop Chop. Because we both had chopping wood and that from that deal. So I went home after a day or two, and they called us that all day long. They didn't ever call us by name. So I went home one day and I don't know, I said something to my granddaddy. I told him, I said, Dave, I called my grandfather by his name, Dave. And I said, these two boys at school calling me and Harry Smokey and Chop Chop. And he said, well, you need to find out why. I didn't know the difference. So the next day of school, I told Harry what we needed to do and what my granddad said we needed to do. And so we did. We found out, and they said, that's because y'all smell like smoke. Y'all rednecks, y'all country kids. So I went home and told my granddaddy what they told me. And he said, my granddaddy said, the next time they tell you to call you Smokey, you don't worry about Chop Chop. And one of them called you Smokey, and he showed me. He doubled up my little fist. Of course, I was a tough little old boy, living out in the country. He said, you double up your fist, you hit him right there. He said, now, if he gets up, said, you better hit him again. So, I just went to school the next day, and sure enough, they was down the hall there waiting on the school bus to call us Smokey and Chop Chop. And partner, when I hit Ned, it hurt my hand. I know it hurt my hand because I hit him hard. I hit him right between the eyes, and man, I can remember his eyes. It looked like he knocked his eyes out. I gave him 2 black eyes and knocked him out. Well, when they did that, Billy Joe took off running. That was his running buddy. Of course, I got in trouble. There was a bunch of kids. They saw what happened. So they carried me in there to the elementary principals. Was a lady, a woman, mean old gal, boy. She was tough. And I had to go in her room. And she had a little office in the back of her room, a little office room. Want to know what was going on. And I told my granddad told me to hit him. She said, your granddaddy told you to hit him. I said, yes, ma'am. And I guess the lady was smart enough to know to ask me why he told me that. And I said, well, them 2 boys called me and Harris, Smokey and Chop Chop. And I found out why they did. And my granddad told me the next time they did it to knock sparks from there. He didn't use buck. And he told me exactly where to hit him and how to hit him. And he told me if he got up, hit him again. And Miss Yates, I know she had to turn. She turned around and went out of that office. And I know she had to go out there and laugh. Because I said this is a heart attack now. I wasn't playing. I was telling it just like it was. And she came on back in there and she says, in a few minutes, she said, who is your grandfather? And I said, Dave Crow. Of course, we lived on the county line. We didn't even go to that town to shop and all. Every other Saturday, we went to town every other Saturday. We went to the same town that Archie Manning grew up in. I knew Archie Manning when he was a little bitty boy. He was younger than me. But we went to a town called Drew, Mississippi. And that's where we went to do our grocery shopping and stuff, buy furniture, whatever. We went to Drew. It was closer to Drew than it was to Shelby, where I grew up, where I went to school. But when I had to go to school, I had to go to Drew. To Shelby school. And because the bus couldn't come across Sunflower River, the old bridge wasn't no good. And I lived in the, I think we lived in the Drew district, but the school bus didn't run on that side of the river. It was about a 3-mile strip down to there. So I had to go to Shelby school. And they didn't even know who my granddaddy was. And I told them, I said, well, where do you live? And I said, I live on Pittsfield Plantation. So she told me to keep my seat. And the next thing I know, I went on back. She sent me on back to school, back to class. And it was about 2.5 hours. It was around dinner time. They came and got me out of the class and carried me to the superintendent's office, and there my granddaddy sat. And when I saw my granddad, I said, well, I'm in good company now. I got some reinforcements because I knew that my granddaddy wasn't going to let him do a damn thing to me. And he explained it to him. Hey, Brian, my granddaddy explained it to him just like I explained it to him. And he said, and he'll be back up here to whoop some more of these little boys' asses if they keep on. Oh, man, that's super tender. But that was the last time they called me Chop Chop or Smokey and Harris Smokey. Called me Smokey and Harris Chop Chop. My granddaddy came up there and he got all that straightened out. I think they had a soul searching up there in that school with the town kids and all the country kids, because there was a world of everybody lived in the country back in them days. Ain't nobody lived in town, very few. But they got all that straightened out, and I credit my granddaddy with doing that. But I hit that kid. Of course, growing up out there on the farm, we I don't know about town kids. But out there on the farm, we'd have dirt clod fights and all that stuff. We throw dirt clods at one another. And we was tough kids. But that was a story I've told 1,000 times. I've told it to Ned and Billy Joe. And that Ned, he never forget it. We all grew up together and became best friends. Our small towns are. Lucky, you better leave her alone. Did y'all hear that? Mom, why don't you hit him instead of fussing? Just knock spark from him. He'll leave you alone. That Lucky is a terrible cat. I see you. I know what you did. Somewhere wagging his tail. Hey, Brian, are you fishing? Did you decide to fish in that thing tomorrow or tonight? Boy, that mama does not like that cat. She's sitting back here growling. I hope I didn't run everybody off sitting here talking. Willis, who's he calling Willis? I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Well, I get to talking sometime. I need to shut up. Yeah, it's going to be cold up there. Yeah, buddy. Man, them old dry buckshot claws, if they hit you, they cut you. Man, that thing, you get hit in the back with one of them things or hitting the shoulder or the side of the head, you had a cut. Yeah, man. I think if back in the 50s, I guess if you lived through to be 13, 14 years old, I reckon you pretty much had it made. So there was some tough stuff in those days. Back out there, man, wind blow. I didn't know what wind was, but 15, 20 mile an hour winds today, you wouldn't have electricity for 2 days. Yeah, that's how I learned to hit a baseball, Judge. It was batting them flat rocks with a hoe hound. I'd wear out 5 or 6 old broke hoe handles a summer. You break that handle out of them, you had to saw them off. I'd saw them off and make a baseball bat out of them. And you get somebody to stand behind a tree or a light pole and throw that flat rock. And sometimes it curved and sometimes it didn't. And if it didn't, you got hit. And you just hope that it curved. And try to hit that flat rock out around the headquarters, around the shop. And I made my living all through college hitting the curveball. You just couldn't. I was an ace on it. And it was all from learning how to stand in there against those flat river rocks, flat gravel, flat rocks. When I was a little bitty boy, 7, 8, 10 years old. Because them things are curved like a wiffle ball. Well, I don't reckon anybody else wants to come up here. Is Uncle Lou still in here? Say something, Uncle Lou. If you in here, I want to tell a story about Iowa. Cow country. There you go, Pennsylvania. Ooh, I'm glad I wasn't never around no dairy cow. I learned to milk a cow when I was young. I have milked them, but I ain't done it in 70 years, 60 years. Yeah, I could milk cows at one time. We had an old Jersey cow, old brown cow, looked like Daisy on the board. What is it? Borden commercial. Yeah, I got an Iowa story. I sure do. I got one. Every time I see Uncle Lou, I think about it. If I tell it, I want him to hear it. He may be working or gone somewhere. If he shows up, I'll tell it. If not, I'm fixing to have to get off of here. I got to find something to eat. See if that chuck wagon coming down the street. I don't reckon he's in here. What is it? My telephone steady lights up. J-Dog don't finish. Oh, okay. J-Dog finally found my channel. Where is J-Dog? Yeah, Mike Turner. You're not now. Somebody else is Brad Cottle. Who else is from Iowa besides Uncle Lou? It's a pretty good story when I was in college. Yeah. Well, y'all, I think I'm fixing to have to go eat. Nobody wanted to come up, so look, y'all take it easy. And I thank you for stopping by. I enjoyed visiting with everybody. Y'all try to stay warm because that's what I'm fixing to do. And yeah, Murillo. I knew who it was. Oh, you in Iowa, Mike? I'll tell it if you from Iowa. Now maybe I'll wait. Well, I ain't never gonna get Murillo in here, but I might get y'all too. I'll tell it when y'all both around, Mike, because I got to go get something to eat. I'll see y'all later. Appreciate it here. Bye bye, everybody.